Plato did not distrust reality because he was naive or fearful of the world. He distrusted it because he observed it too closely. To Plato, the surface of existence, what people saw, touched, and believed, was unstable, deceptive, and dangerously convincing. What most humans accepted as truth, he regarded as a shadow play, persuasive, familiar, yet fundamentally false. His philosophy was not born from abstraction alone, but from a deep discomfort with how easily reality misleads the human mind. Plato lived in a world where appearances ruled public life. Athens prized rhetoric over truth, persuasion over wisdom. Crowds could be swayed by beautiful speeches, false accusations could destroy lives, and justice often bowed to popularity. Plato watched this happen when his teacher, Socrates, was condemned to death not for wrongdoing, but for questioning the assumptions of the city. That moment shaped Plato forever. If society could mistake wisdom for danger, then reality itself was unreliable. From that point on, Plato's philosophical project became clear: to separate what merely appears true from what actually is. For Plato, the senses were the first problem: sight, sound, touch, taste. These were the primary tools humans used to understand the world, yet they constantly contradicted one another. Objects looked small from far away and large up close. Straight sticks appeared bent in water. Loud voices could sound threatening or comforting depending on context. If perception changed so easily, how could it be trusted as a foundation for truth? Plato concluded that sensory experience was not knowledge, but opinion. It was unstable, temporary, and deeply subjective. True knowledge, he argued, had to be unchanging. It had to exist beyond time, decay, and perspective. And so, he proposed a radical idea: that the reality humans experience every day is not the true reality at all. This belief found its most famous expression in the allegory of the cave. In this story, prisoners are chained inside a dark cave, forced to watch shadows projected on a wall. These shadows come from objects passing in front of a fire behind them, but the prisoners cannot see the objects themselves. For them, the shadows are all that exist. They name them, argue about them, build beliefs around them. To question the shadows would be unthinkable. When one prisoner escapes and sees the outside world, the sun, the sky, the real objects casting the shadows, he realizes that everything he once believed was incomplete. Yet when he returns to the cave to explain the truth, the others reject him. The shadows feel more real than the truth itself. Plato was not writing about caves. He was writing about human psychology. He believed most people prefer familiar illusions over uncomfortable truths. Reality, as commonly understood, is emotionally convenient. It reassures, flatters, and simplifies. Truth, by contrast, demands effort, discipline, and the willingness to abandon comforting beliefs. Plato distrusted reality because he believed it encouraged intellectual laziness. At the heart of his philosophy was the theory of forms. According to Plato, every object in the physical world is an imperfect copy of a perfect, eternal form. A chair is not truly a chair. It is a flawed imitation of the form of chairness. Beauty is not found in beautiful objects, but in the form of beauty itself. Justice does not exist in laws or courts, but in the form of justice, pure, unchanging, and beyond human distortion. This was not metaphysical escapism. It was an attempt to protect truth from corruption. Plato believed that if truth depended on physical reality, it would always be vulnerable to power, emotion, and manipulation. Only by placing truth beyond the physical world could it remain stable. Yet this distrust of reality came at a psychological cost. Plato's philosophy often carries a quiet sadness. The material world, in his view, is inherently insufficient. No object is truly beautiful. No political system is truly just. No human soul is fully aligned with truth. Existence itself is a state of falling short. Even love, in Plato's thought, is not satisfied by physical attraction. In the Symposium, love begins with desire for bodies, but must ascend toward love of souls, then love of knowledge, and finally, love of the good itself. Physical reality is merely the starting point, never the destination. This upward movement reflects Plato's core belief that reality is something to be transcended, not embraced. The philosopher is not someone who accepts the world as it is, but someone who constantly suspects it. Politically, this distrust led Plato to radical conclusions. In the Republic, he argued that ordinary people were unfit to rule because they were governed by appetite, emotion, and illusion. Only philosopher kings, those trained to see beyond appearances, could govern justly. Democracy, in Plato's eyes, was dangerous precisely because it trusted popular opinion, which he believed was the weakest form of knowledge. This view has made Plato controversial for centuries. Critics accuse him of elitism, pessimism, and detachment from real life. Yet Plato would likely respond that his critics misunderstand his aim. He was not rejecting reality out of contempt, but out of responsibility. To accept illusion as truth, he believed, was a moral failure. Plato's distrust of reality was ultimately ethical. If humans mistake appearance for truth, they will mistake power for justice, pleasure for happiness, and consensus for wisdom. History, unfortunately, has often proven him right. And yet, Plato never claimed that escaping illusion was easy. In fact, he believed it was painful. The prisoner who leaves the cave is blinded by sunlight. Truth, at first, hurts. It destabilizes identity. It isolates. The philosopher risks alienation from society, misunderstanding, even punishment. Plato lived with that risk. He founded the academy not to provide answers, but to train minds capable of enduring uncertainty. His philosophy does not offer comfort. It offers clarity, slow, demanding, and often unsettling. In the end, Plato distrusted reality because he cared too deeply about truth to accept its most obvious forms. He saw the world not as it reassured, but as it deceived. And in doing so, he left behind a philosophy that continues to whisper a dangerous question into every generation. What if the world you trust most is the one misleading you? Close your eyes now. Let the heavy curtain of the present day fall away, dropping to the floor like a discarded robe. Breathe in. The air around you is changing. It is no longer the recycled air of a modern room, but the warm, dust-moated atmosphere of Athens in the late afternoon. Can you smell it? There is a scent of dry earth baking in the heat, the sharp tang of resin from the pine trees, and the faint, salty drift from the Aegean Sea miles away. The noise of your life, the traffic, the electronics, the schedules, is fading into the low, rhythmic hum of cicadas in the olive groves. Before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know your city and local time in the comments so we can see where everyone is listening from. We are drifting back 24 centuries to a city of white stone and long shadows. The sun is dipping low over the Parthenon, turning the marble pillars into bars of gold against a violet sky. In the streets below, the day's business is winding down. Merchants are packing away jars of oil and unrolling bolts of linen, their voices dropping to a murmur. Amidst this twilight bustle, a man walks alone. He is broad-shouldered, moving with the heavy, deliberate grace of a former wrestler who has long since left the sandpit for the gymnasium of the mind. He pauses near a temple wall, his hand resting against the rough, sun-warmed limestone. This is the man history will know as Plato, but if you were to call out that name in the street right now, you might get a confused look. Some historians and chroniclers of late antiquity argue that his given name was actually Aristocles, named after his grandfather, a man of high nobility. Plato was likely a nickname, derived from the Greek word Platon, meaning broad, a reference perhaps to the width of his chest, or maybe, as a little philosophical joke, the breadth of his forehead. Imagine him there, a man whose very name suggests solidity, standing in a city that feels like it is dissolving into the evening mist. He looks at the people passing by, the fishmonger shouting his last price, the politician rehearsing a speech, the soldier polishing his shield. To them, this evening is everything. It is real. It is solid. But to the man watching them, they are sleepwalkers. He feels a strange, aching distance from the scene, a sense that the solid wall under his hand is merely a veil. He is not being poetic. He is deeply, logically troubled. He has seen how quickly this city can turn, how the solid ground of truth shifts when the mob gets angry, or a demagogue speaks sweet words. He watches a shadow lengthen across the dusty road, stretching out from a statue of a god. As the sun moves, the shadow moves. It changes shape, it grows, it fades, and he thinks, is the statue the reality, or is the stone itself just a denser shadow of something else? This is the mood of our story tonight. We are not just walking through history. We are walking through the mind of a man who looked at the world and saw a riddle. It is a story of a boy born into wealth, who chose poverty, a poet who burned his own verses, and a philosopher who tried to build a city made of words, because the cities of stone were too broken to fix. So, let the darkness of your room become the darkness of the Athenian night. The stars are coming out now, keen and bright above the Acropolis. They are the only things that do not change. Let us follow the broad-shouldered man as he turns away from the market, walking back through the years, back to the beginning, before the doubts, before the hemlock, to a time when the world still seemed simple and solid. The sun rises over the violet crown of the Hymettus Mountains, burning off the morning mist and revealing a world that feels incredibly young. We are moving back in time now, sliding away from the twilight of the philosopher's old age to the bright, sharp morning of his youth. Before he was a voice echoing in libraries, before he was a marble bust in a museum, he was a boy with skinned knees and eyes that seemed to take in too much light. His name, as we whispered before, was Aristocles, a name that carried the heavy golden weight of expectation. To be born into his family was to be born into the very center of the Athenian universe. On his father's side, the lineage traced back to the ancient kings of Athens, the legendary figures who were half man, half myth. On his mother's side, the blood of Solon, the great lawgiver, flowed through his veins. Imagine growing up in a house where history was not something you read in a scroll, but something your grandfather told you about over dinner, pointing to a shield on the wall and saying, "That is where we saved the city." It was a life of immense privilege, but also of immense pressure. In the ancient world, a boy of such standing was not merely raised, he was sculpted. The goal was kalos kagathos, to be beautiful and good, a harmony of a sharp mind in a powerful body. And so, the young Aristocles spends his mornings not in a classroom, but in the palestra, the wrestling school. Can you feel the texture of this place? The ground is soft, deep sand, raked smooth to cushion the falls. The air smells of crushed herbs, sweat, and the rich green scent of olive oil, which the boys rub into their skin before practice. It is here, amidst the grunts of exertion and the thud of bodies hitting the earth, that the legend of Plato begins to take physical shape. His wrestling master, a man named Ariston of Argos, watches the boy train. Aristocles is strong, growing faster than his peers, his chest expanding, his shoulders widening until they form a solid wall of muscle. It is said that this coach, observing the boy's formidable build, began calling him Platon, the Broad. It was a nickname that stuck, perhaps because it fit him so perfectly, or perhaps because Aristocles felt too stiff, too formal for a young man who could pin an opponent to the dust in seconds. There is a gentle irony here, a small joke that history has played on us. The man we revere as the supreme architect of the mind, the champion of the soul over the body, likely spent his teenage years obsessed with his biceps and his footwork. Some historical records, though blurred by the haze of centuries, even suggest he competed in the Isthmian Games, a sporting event second only to the Olympics. Picture him there, not debating the nature of justice, but crouching in the sand, waiting for the referee's signal, the roar of the crowd washing over him like a physical wave. Historians still argue whether these athletic feats are exaggerated. Ancient biographers love to make their heroes good at everything, but the image remains compelling. It reminds us that Plato was grounded before he was transcendent. He knew the physical world intimately. He knew the strain of a muscle, the burn of the lungs, the undeniable reality of gravity. This physical education was balanced by the gentle discipline of the muses. After the wrestling came the lyre. In the cool, shaded courtyards of his family home, tutors would guide his fingers over the strings, teaching him the mathematical precision of music. To the Greeks, music was not just entertainment. It was a way to align the soul with the order of the universe. If a string was too loose, the note was flat. If too tight, it was sharp. It had to be perfectly tensioned to produce harmony. One can imagine the young Plato, sweat still cooling on his brow from the gymnasium, sitting in quiet concentration, listening to the vibrations of the lyre fading into the afternoon air. Perhaps it was here, in the space between notes, that he first began to wonder about perfection. The note he played was beautiful, yes, but it faded. It was temporary. Was there a note somewhere that never faded? A harmony that existed without strings? These thoughts would have been fleeting, dissolving like clouds, for there were more pressing matters at hand. The Athens of his youth was a city at war. The Peloponnesian War, a grueling, decades-long struggle against the grim warriors of Sparta, formed the backdrop of his entire childhood. It was a time of slow-motion collapse, though a boy might not have realized it at first. The glory of the Golden Age was fraying at the edges. He would have seen the soldiers marching out through the Dipylon gates, their bronze armor gleaming, and seen fewer of them return. He would have heard the adults speaking in hushed, worried tones about the plague that had swept through the city, taking the great leader Pericles and leaving a vacuum of power. Yet, amidst this turmoil, the young noble was being prepared for a specific destiny: politics. It was the family business. His uncles were powerful men, his cousins were ambitious, and the path before him was paved with certainty. He was expected to step into the assembly, to command fleets, to sway the mob with thunderous rhetoric. He was learning how to write tragedies, too. Poetry was the other great passion of the Athenian elite. He scribbled verses on wax tablets, crafting dramas of gods and heroes, trying to capture the emotional storms of the human heart. It is a charming image. Plato, the teenage poet, furrowing that famous broad brow over a rhyme, thinking that his destiny lay in the theatre rather than the lecture hall. But there is a fragility to this time in his life, a sense of a world holding its breath. He is wealthy, strong, educated, and positioned for greatness. Yet he is surrounded by a society that is slowly losing its moral compass. The democracy of Athens, once the envy of the world, is becoming volatile, angry, and paranoid. The definitions of justice and honor are shifting like the sand in the wrestling pit. The young wrestler learns to keep his balance when an opponent pushes, but he is beginning to realize that the ground itself, the city, the laws, the traditions, is shaking. He is looking for something solid to hold on to, something that isn't made of shifting opinion or temporary strength. He doesn't know it yet, but he is waiting for a voice. He is waiting for a strange, barefoot man who looks nothing like a hero and everything like a beggar. But for now, let us leave him in the gymnasium, wiping the dust from his hands. The sun is setting on his youth, casting long golden beams across the floor. He picks up his tunic, unaware that the script of his life is about to be rewritten, unaware that the broad shoulders built for wrestling will soon have to carry the weight of the entire Western intellectual tradition. He walks home, the sounds of the city softening around him, a young man walking toward a collision that will shatter his world and build a new one from the pieces. The collision happens not with the crash of shields, but with the quiet crackle of a fire. We find Aristocles, now in his late teens or early 20s, standing at a crossroads that only he can see. He is carrying a bundle of scrolls under his arm, his tragedies. These are the fruits of his creative soul, verses he has polished and perfected, intending to enter them in the great dramatic festivals of Athens. To win a prize at the Dionysia is the dream of every young Athenian with a gift for words. It is a path to fame, to influence, to the very heart of the city's culture. He is walking toward the theater of Dionysus, the great stone semicircle carved into the southern slope of the Acropolis, where the ghosts of Sophocles and Aeschylus seem to linger in the air. But he never makes it to the stage. Tradition, passed down through dusty anecdotes and biographies, tells us of a singular, transformative moment. On his way, perhaps cutting through the bustling agora, the beating heart of Athens' public life, he encounters a crowd. It's a small knot of people, mostly young men, gathered around a figure who is holding court, not with a speech, but with a conversation. The man in the center is older, short, and famously unattractive by Athenian standards. He has a snub nose, bulging eyes, and walks barefoot in a threadbare cloak that he wears summer and winter. He looks like a satyr, a creature of the wild, yet the boys around him are hanging on his every quiet word. This is Socrates. Aristocles has likely seen him before. Athens is a small city, and Socrates is a fixture of the streets, a local character known for stopping citizens to ask annoying questions about virtue and knowledge. But today is different. Today, the young poet stops. He listens. He hears Socrates dissecting a definition of piety or courage, taking a concept that everyone assumes they understand and gently, methodically peeling it back until nothing is left but confusion and wonder. It is not a lecture. It is a dismantling. Socrates isn't telling them what to think. He is showing them how to think. And in doing so, he is revealing that the foundations of their beliefs are made of fog. For the young aristocrat, whose life has been built on the solid pillars of tradition, wealth, and reputation, this is electric. It is terrifying. It is the most beautiful thing he has ever heard. The poetry in his arms, the meticulously crafted tragedies about mythical kings and weeping queens, suddenly feels incredibly light. It feels decorative. It feels like an imitation of life, whereas the words coming from this barefoot man feel like the surgery of the soul. The contrast is stark. The theater offers an illusion that pretends to be real for a few hours. Socrates offers a reality that exposes the illusions of a lifetime. The legend says that Aristocles turned away from the theater. He walked to a nearby fire, perhaps an altar flame or a simple hearth in a courtyard, and looked at his scrolls. The verses he had labored over, the lines he thought would bring him glory, now seemed like shadows. With a resolve that would come to define his entire life, he cast the scrolls into the flames. Vulcan, come near. Plato has need of thee, he is said to have whispered, quoting a line from Homer with a wry, self-deprecating smile. As the parchment curled and blackened, turning his tragedies into ash, the playwright died, and the philosopher was born. This burning is a symbolic death. It is the first step of the ascent he would later describe in his writings. The turning away from the beautiful images of the world to seek the beauty that is true and eternal. He abandoned the script he had written for his own life. He abandoned the easy path of political ambition that his family expected. Instead, he chose to follow the barefoot gadfly. He became a shadow to Socrates, a silent observer in the circle, absorbing the method, the irony, and the relentless pursuit of definition. It was not a glamorous choice. Socrates was controversial, often mocked by the comic playwrights as a corrupter and a babbler. By associating with him, Plato was stepping out of the VIP section of Athenian society and into the dangerous margins. But he couldn't help it. He had got the fever of philosophy, the eros for wisdom. He realized that the wrestling matches in the gymnasium were nothing compared to the wrestling matches of the mind. In the palestra, you pinned a body to the ground. In Socratic dialogue, you pinned a soul to the truth. The broad-shouldered young man began to use his strength differently. He became a protector of the older man, a witness to the daily dramas of the marketplace. He watched as Socrates dismantled the egos of generals, politicians, and sophists, revealing their ignorance with a smile. And in those conversations, Plato found a new kind of drama, one far more compelling than anything he could have put on a stage. It was the drama of the human intellect fighting against its own blindness. The fire that consumed his plays did not destroy his poetic gift, however. It merely transmuted it. If you listen closely to Plato's later dialogues, you can hear the poet still alive in the prose. The way he describes the soul growing wings, or the light of the sun hitting the upper world, or the charioteer struggling with his horses. These are the images of a man who knows the power of metaphor. He did not stop being a creator. He just stopped creating fictions. He began to use his artistry to paint the portrait of a man who was, in his eyes, the best, the wisest, and the most just of all men. The smoke from his burning scrolls drifted up into the Athenian sky, disappearing like the old certainties of his youth. He stood there, empty-handed, watching the embers glow. He had given up a career of applause for a life of questions. It was a trade most would call foolish. But as he turned back to the crowded market, scanning the faces for that snub-nosed profile, he knew he had made the only bargain that mattered. The stage was gone. The real play was just beginning. The marketplace, the agora, is the stage now. It is a sprawling, dusty square framed by long colonnades where merchants sell figs, pottery, and slave girls, and where bankers sit at tables weighing coins. It is noisy, smelly, and vibrant, the stomach of Athens, digesting goods and gossip in equal measure. And moving through this chaos, like a singular steady note in a discordant song, is Socrates. Plato is there too, usually a few steps back, watching. He is no longer the star athlete or the aspiring playwright. He is the student, the scribe of memory. He watches how Socrates operates. It is a peculiar kind of warfare. Socrates does not carry a weapon. He carries a question. He approaches a renowned general, a man dripping with medals and arrogance, and asks, with feigned innocence, "Sir, since you are an expert in warfare, you must surely know what courage is. Can you tell me?" The general puffs up. "Of course. Courage is standing your ground in battle and not running away." Socrates nods, looking impressed. A fine answer. But what about a strategist who retreats to trap the enemy? Is he not courageous? The general frowns. "Well, yes, I suppose." So Socrates continues, his eyes twinkling. Courage is not just standing firm. It can also be retreating. So what is it exactly? What is the essence that makes both actions courageous? And so it begins, the unraveling. Step by step, the general's definition is shown to be narrow, contradictory, or incomplete. The crowd gathers. They love this. There is a delicious thrill in seeing the powerful humbled by the humble. But Plato sees something more than entertainment. He sees a terrifying truth. The people running the world do not know what they are doing. They are operating on instinct, habit, and ego, but they lack knowledge. They cannot define the very virtues they claim to embody. This gadfly, as Socrates calls himself, is stinging the sluggish horse of Athens to keep it awake. But the horse is getting annoyed. Plato notices the shifting moods in the crowd. He sees the tightened jaws of the politicians who walk away looking foolish. He sees the whispers exchanged between powerful men. Socrates believes he is doing the city a favor, a divine service even, by purging it of false wisdom. He calls it elenchus, the method of refutation. He believes that by showing a man he is ignorant, he is preparing him to learn. But Plato, observing with the sharp, cynical eye of an aristocrat, begins to understand the danger. People do not like to be shown they are ignorant. They do not like their illusions stripped away in front of a laughing crowd. The educator is quickly becoming the enemy. Yet, there is a deep, resonant beauty in what Socrates is doing, and it captivates Plato completely. He sees that Socrates is the only free man in Athens. Everyone else is a slave to something, to money, to reputation, to voters, to their own desires. Socrates needs nothing. He wears the same coat, eats the simplest food, and refuses payment for his teaching. He is unbribable and unthreatenable. If you take his money, he doesn't care. He has none. If you threaten his status, he laughs. He claims no status. He is invulnerable because he has anchored his happiness in something internal, in the health of his soul and the pursuit of truth. For Plato, this is a revelation. It suggests that reality, the messy, compromised reality of Athenian society, has no hold on a truly wise man. The philosopher can live in the world, but not be of it. This idea will become the cornerstone of Plato's future thought. The separation between the changing world of shadows and the unchanging world of truth. But for now, it is just a man in a tunic, annoying his neighbors. The years drift by in this peripatetic education. The war with Sparta ends, but not with a victory. Athens is crushed. The great walls are torn down to the sound of flute music. The Golden Age ends in humiliation. A tyrannical government, known as the 30 Tyrants, led by some of Plato's own relatives, including his uncle Critias, seizes power. They are brutal, executing citizens and confiscating property. They try to implicate Socrates in their crimes, ordering him to arrest an innocent man. Socrates simply goes home. He refuses to participate in injustice, just as he refused to participate in the mob's hysteria during the democracy. He is the only steady point in a spinning world. When democracy is restored, Plato might hope for a return to sanity, but the city is wounded, paranoid, and looking for scapegoats. The old resentments against the sophists and intellectuals who supposedly weakened the city's moral fiber begin to coalesce around the most visible target. The whispers against Socrates grow louder. He corrupts the youth. He does not believe in the city's gods. He makes the weaker argument the stronger. Plato hears these rumors. He feels the temperature rising. He is perhaps 30 years old now, a man in his prime, watching his beloved teacher grow old and frail. He wants to intervene, to use his family's influence. But the momentum of history is like a landslide. It is slow at first, just a few pebbles of gossip, but soon the whole mountainside is moving. One day, the summons comes. A leather scroll, a formal charge. Miletus, Anytus, and Lycon, 3 men representing the poets, the politicians, and the craftsmen, have accused Socrates of impiety and corrupting the youth. The trial is set. The stage is the Heliaia, the people's court. Plato will be there. He will not be a silent observer this time. He will be a witness to the murder of wisdom. The gadfly has stung the horse one too many times, and now the horse is raising its hoof to strike. The shadows that Plato feared are about to swallow the light. The wooden benches of the Heliaia are hard, polished smooth by the shifting weight of thousands of judgments. It is a hot day in early spring, 399 BC. The air inside the court is thick, smelling of garlic, sweat, and the damp wool of 501 jurors packed shoulder to shoulder. This is not a courtroom as we know it today. There is no impartial judge sitting high on a bench, no hushed reverence for the law. It is a crowd, a microcosm of the city itself. Cobblers, farmers, soldiers, and aristocrats, all gathered to decide the fate of one man. Plato is sitting somewhere in the middle of this stifling mass, or perhaps standing near the front with the other friends of the accused. He is quiet, his face pale. He knows the stakes. This is not an academic debate in the shade of a plane tree. This is a blood sport. The water clock, the clepsydra, drips steadily in the corner, marking the limited time allowed for speech. Drop by drop, the life of the philosopher is measured out. The accusers speak first. Their voices are practiced, rising and falling with the rhythms of trained rhetoric. They paint Socrates as a danger, a strange foreign body in the healthy tissue of Athens. They talk of new gods and corruption using words that are designed to trigger fear rather than thought. Plato listens, and he feels a familiar nausea. He recognizes the techniques. He knows that what is happening is not an inquiry into truth, but a manipulation of emotion. The reality being constructed in this room, that Socrates is a villain, is a lie. But it is a lie supported by 500 voices. Then the old man stands up. Socrates looks small in the center of the court. He does not wear the fine robes of a supplicant. He has not brought his weeping wife and children to beg for mercy, a common tactic that jurors expect and enjoy. Instead, he speaks in his usual conversational tone, as if he were chatting with a shoemaker in the market. He begins by apologizing, not for his crimes, but for his lack of fancy words. He tells them he will speak only the truth, unadorned. For Plato, watching this is both agonizing and magnificent. It is like watching a man walk into a lion's den armed only with a lantern. Socrates tells the story of the oracle of Delphi. He explains that the oracle once said, "There was no man wiser than Socrates." Baffled, because he knew he possessed no wisdom, he went around the city questioning the experts, the poets, the politicians, the craftsmen, to prove the god wrong. But in every case, he found that while these men knew their specific trades, they also claimed to know things they did not, like the nature of virtue or justice. Socrates realized that he was indeed the wisest, simply because he alone knew that he knew nothing. He wasn't trying to humiliate the city. He was trying to solve a divine riddle. A ripple of laughter and angry murmurs moves through the crowd. The jurors do not like being told they are less wise than a man who claims to know nothing. Plato watches the faces around him. He sees eyes narrowing, arms crossing. He realizes, with a sinking heart, that the truth does not matter here. The jury wants an apology. Socrates is giving them a philosophy lesson. He is stinging the horse one last time, right in the court of law. When the time comes to vote on guilt or innocence, the jurors line up to cast their bronze ballots, solid wheels for innocent, hollow-hubbed wheels for guilty, into the copper urns. The sound of metal clinking against metal is the only sound in the room. It is a sharp, mechanical verdict. When the count is revealed, it is close. Surprisingly close. A shift of only 30 votes would have acquitted him. Socrates is found guilty. Plato feels the ground shift beneath him. The city has officially declared that wisdom is a crime. But the trial is not over. In Athenian law, after a guilty verdict, the prosecution proposes a penalty, death, and the defendant proposes an alternative. The jury then chooses between them. Usually, the defendant suggests a heavy fine or exile, something to show he is humbled. If Socrates had suggested exile, the jury likely would have accepted it. They wanted him gone, not necessarily dead. But Socrates stands up again. He looks at the crowd with a calm, almost playful expression. He asks himself aloud, what does a man deserve who has spent his entire life neglecting his own affairs to help the citizens of Athens improve their souls? What is the proper reward for a benefactor? I propose, Socrates says, his voice steady, free meals for life at the Prytaneum. The Prytaneum was the sacred hearth of the city, where Olympic victors and visiting heroes were feasted at public expense. The audacity is breathtaking. It is a joke, but a joke of supreme seriousness. He is telling them, "You shouldn't be killing me. You should be honoring me like an athlete." The crowd erupts. The shout of outrage shakes the dust from the ceiling rafters. To the average juror, this is monstrous arrogance. To Plato, it is the ultimate consistency. To beg for his life would be to admit he had done something wrong. To ask for exile would be to fear death more than dishonor. Socrates is refusing to play the game of shadows. He is holding on to his reality even as the world screams at him to let go. Plato and his friends frantically intervene. They whisper to Socrates, urging him to offer money. Plato himself stands up, a rare documented moment in his own dialogues, and offers to guarantee a fine of 30 minae, a significant sum. Socrates relents slightly, proposing the fine. But the damage is done. The jury is insulted. The second vote is taken, and this time the margin is not close. More people vote to kill him than voted he was guilty in the first place. The sentence is death by drinking hemlock. The sun is low now, casting long, melancholy bars of light across the courtroom floor. The crowd begins to disperse, chatting about dinner, shaking off the weight of the decision. They have killed a man, but to them it is just a day's work. Plato remains, perhaps sitting for a moment on the hard bench as the noise fades. He looks at the empty spot where Socrates stood. He realizes that the city he loves, the Athens of art and democracy, is fundamentally broken. It has just murdered its own conscience. Historians and scholars have long debated how accurate Plato's account of this trial, the Apology, really is. Was it a verbatim transcript, a polished, dramatic reimagining written years later? Did Socrates really make the free meals joke? Or was that Plato adding a flourish of defiance? We cannot know for sure. But emotionally, for Plato, the details are etched in acid. This is the moment the world turned upside down. If the most just man can be legally killed by the state, then the state is a lie. If reality can be twisted by rhetoric to murder the truth, then reality is a trap. As he walks out of the Heliaia, blinking in the sudden brightness of the late afternoon, Plato is no longer just a student. He is a survivor of a shipwreck. The vessel of Athenian democracy has crashed against the rocks of ignorance, and he is drifting in the wreckage. He knows he cannot stay in this world of shadows anymore. He has to find a way to build a new one, a world where this could never happen again. A world where wisdom rules, not the mob. The trial is over, but the verdict will echo in his mind for 50 years. The silence of the courtroom is replaced by the noise of the street. But for Plato, the silence has just begun. The end did not come immediately. In a strange twist of fate, or perhaps divine irony, the city of Athens was forced to wait for its own crime to be completed. It was the season of the sacred mission to Delos, a time when a ship crowned with laurel wreaths sailed across the Aegean to honor Apollo. By ancient law, no executions could take place in the city until the vessel returned. And so, for a month, Socrates sat in prison. It was a time of suspended reality, a breathless pause where the sun rose and set on a man who was already dead in the eyes of the law, yet more alive than anyone walking the streets outside. His friends gathered in his cell every day. They came early, waiting for the prison warden to unlock the heavy timber doors, and they stayed until evening. They were desperate, plotting escapes, bribing guards, whispering plans to smuggle him away to Thessaly or Crete. But Socrates refused. He sat on his narrow bed, rubbing his legs where the fetters had been released, and told them that to flee would be to betray the very laws he had spent 70 years obeying. If he broke the law now to save his body, he would destroy the integrity of his soul. For Plato, this month must have been an agony of slow strangulation, but here, the historical record offers us a ghostly gap, a silence that speaks louder than any scream. In the Phaedo, the dialogue that recounts these final hours, the narrator lists the friends present in the cell: Crito, Apollodorus, Simmias, Cebes, and then he adds a simple, devastating parenthetical: Plato, I think, was ill. Whether this illness was a physical fever or a sickness of the heart, a grief so profound it rendered him unable to watch the light go out, we do not know. But the result is that Plato, the man who would immortalize the death of Socrates, was not there to see it. He wrote the scene decades later, painting it from the reports of others and the vivid colors of his own love. He reconstructed the tragedy he couldn't bear to witness, turning his absence into the most famous death scene in the history of philosophy. Imagine the cell on that final day. The ship had returned. The sun was beginning to dip towards the western mountains, casting a long, rectangular beam of dusty light across the stone floor. The jailer, a man who had come to love the prisoner, entered weeping to announce the time had come. Socrates bathed, presumably to save the women, the trouble of washing his corpse, a pragmatic, considerate detail that breaks the heart. He said goodbye to his wife, Xanthippe, and his sons, sending them away so they would not be traumatized by the final moments. The room was left to the men, the students, the sons of his mind. They were struggling to hold back tears, their composure fracturing. Apollodorus was already wailing. Socrates alone remained cheerful, chiding them gently. "What is this strange behavior, my friends?" he asked. "I sent the women away mainly so that they would not offend in this way, for I have heard that a man should die in peace. Be quiet then, and have patience." The poisoner arrived, carrying a cup of crushed hemlock, Conium maculatum. Historians and toxicologists still argue about the precise nature of this hemlock. The symptoms described, a creeping paralysis starting from the feet, are consistent with conium, but the peacefulness of the death is medically debated. Pure hemlock can cause violent convulsions. Some suggest the cup was a cocktail, mixed with opium and wine to ease the passage, a final mercy from a city that wanted him gone but not tortured. Whatever was in the cup, Socrates took it without a tremble. He did not look at the poison. He looked at the jailer, asking if he could pour a libation to a god. "We only prepare enough for the dose," the man replied apologetically. Socrates smiled. "I understand, but I may and must pray to the gods that my departure hence be a fortunate one." He raised the cup to his lips and drained it, completely and cheerfully. A howl of grief went up from the room. Crito turned away to hide his face. But Socrates began to walk around the cell, as instructed, to make the poison work. He walked until his legs felt heavy, the stone floor becoming distant beneath his feet. Then he lay down on his back. The coldness began to set in. It was a physical winter moving up his body. The attendant pinched his foot hard, and asked if he felt it. Socrates said no. The numbness moved to his shins, then his thighs. It was the erasing of the sensory world, the very world Plato would come to distrust. The body was shutting down, closing the windows of sight and touch, leaving the soul, presumably, unchained. Socrates covered his face with his robe. The room was silent, save for the ragged breathing of his friends. Then suddenly, he uncovered his face for one last statement. His eyes were already growing distant. "Crito," he whispered, "we owe a cock to Asclepius. Please, don't forget to pay the debt." These were his last words. Asclepius was the god of healing. You offered a rooster to him when you recovered from an illness. The meaning was piercingly clear. Life, with its confusion, its bodily needs, its illusions, is the sickness. Death is the cure. He was not dying, he was recovering. He covered his face again. A moment later, there was a slight movement, a shudder, and then stillness. Crito reached out and closed his eyes and mouth. The wisest man in Athens was now just a cooling object on a prison bed. For Plato, when the news reached him, perhaps brought by a weeping messenger to his sickbed, the reality of Athens collapsed. The city had killed its father. The democracy he had been raised to serve had proven itself incapable of distinguishing between a healer and a poisoner. The trauma of this moment cannot be overstated. It was the psychological equivalent of a nuclear detonation in his life. Everything he thought he knew about justice, about the value of public life, about the safety of goodness, was vaporized. He realized that a just man cannot survive in an unjust society. He saw that the reality of the state was a mechanism of murder. If Athens could kill Socrates, then Athens was insane. And if the city was insane, he could not stay. He was 28 years old, his mentor dead, his family name tainted by the tyrants, and now associated with an executed criminal. The streets where he had walked with Socrates were now haunted. Every corner, every gymnasium, every colonnade echoed with the voice that had been silenced. He felt the eyes of the accusers on him. He was a target. And so the broad-shouldered philosopher turned his back on the Acropolis. He packed his few belongings, perhaps saving the scrolls of the dialogues he had begun to draft, and fled. He did not go alone. He went with other Socratics, a refugee band of thinkers fleeing the wreckage of wisdom. They headed for Megara, a neighboring city, to the house of Euclid, not the geometer, but another philosopher who had sat at Socrates' feet. It was a retreat, a flight into exile. As he walked out of the city gates, leaving behind the violet-crowned hills of home, Plato was walking out of history and into legend. He was leaving as a citizen of Athens. He would return, years later, as a citizen of the universe. The cup of hemlock had killed Socrates, but it had also killed Aristocles the politician. In the silence of that exile, in the angry grief of a young man who had seen the best of humanity destroyed by the worst, the academy was already beginning to form in the dark. The sun had set on his youth, and the long, wandering night of his search for truth had begun. The horizon is a line that promises everything and gives nothing. A constant invitation to move forward that retreats with every step you take. For the next decade of his life, this elusive line became Plato's only constant companion. We are entering the silent years of the philosopher's life, a period where the historical record fragments into a mosaic of rumors, legends, and itinerary notes that may or may not be true. What we know for certain is that he did not stay in Megara, the house of Euclid, while a safe harbor for the frightened Socratics, was still too close to Athens. Every wind blowing from the north carried the scent of betrayal. The city that had killed his teacher was visible on clear days, a white smudge of stone in the distance, reminding him of the failure of justice. Plato needed distance. He needed to wash the dust of the agora from his sandals and see if the world was broken everywhere, or if the madness was peculiar to the Greeks. And so, he became a wanderer. In the ancient world, travel was not a leisure activity. It was a physical ordeal, a surrender to the elements. Imagine him standing on the dock of a bustling port, perhaps Piraeus, risking a brief return to catch a ship, or more likely, a harbor in Megara or Corinth. He is 30 years old now, a man in the full figure of life, but his eyes hold the weary depth of someone who has seen the end of a world. He boards a merchant vessel, a wooden hull smelling of tar, fermented fish sauce, and unwashed wool. There are no passenger cabins, no stewards. Travelers sleep on the deck, wrapped in their cloaks, huddled between amphorae of oil and sacks of grain. As the ship pushes off, the rowers chanting in rhythm, Plato watches the coastline of Greece recede. It is a profound moment of severance. He is leaving behind his lineage, his political destiny, and the grave of his teacher. He is trading the known for the unknown. Historians still argue vigorously about the exact sequence of this grand tour. Did he go to Egypt first? Did he visit the mystics in the East? Some ancient biographers, eager to turn him into a sorcerer sage, claim he traveled as far as the Ganges to study with the gymnosophists of India, or that he learned magic from the magi in Persia. While these tales add a flavor of exotic romance, they are likely the fan fiction of later centuries. The more grounded reality is that he sailed south, toward the coast of North Africa, to the Greek colony of Cyrene. It was here, in a city perched on the edge of the Libyan desert, that Plato sought a different kind of truth, one that could not be executed by a jury. He went to find Theodorus. Theodorus was a mathematician, a man of angles and proofs, famous for proving the irrationality of square roots. To a modern ear, this might sound dry, traveling hundreds of miles to talk about the square root of 3. But for Plato, it was a pilgrimage to sanity. Athens had been a world of rhetoric, where truth was whatever you could convince the crowd to believe. If a skilled speaker said black was white, the crowd cheered. But in mathematics, rhetoric had no power. You could not persuade a triangle to have 4 sides. You could not bribe a circle to be a square. Mathematical truth was rigid, eternal, and totally independent of human opinion. It was immune to politics. In the cool shaded porticos of Cyrene, listening to Theodorus scratch diagrams into the sand, Plato found a soothing balm for his grief. Here was a reality that did not lie. Here were forms, triangles, circles, ratios, that were perfect and unchanging, unlike the messy, decaying world of human affairs. It is highly probable that the seeds of his theory of forms, the idea that a perfect reality exists beyond our physical sight, were watered here, in the abstraction of geometry. But the journey was not just intellectual, it was deeply physical. Travel in the 4th century BC meant putting your life in the hands of the gods. Storms could shatter a ship in minutes. Pirates roamed the Aegean and the Mediterranean like wolves, looking for captives to sell into slavery. A fate Plato would narrowly escape more than once. There is a quiet courage in this wandering. He was a man of high birth who could have lived in luxury, yet he chose the life of a vagabond scholar, eating strange food, sleeping on hard ground, and listening to foreign tongues. He was shedding the arrogance of the Athenian aristocrat. In Athens, the Greeks divided the world into two groups, Greeks and barbarians. To be Greek was to be civilized. To be anything else was to be lesser. But as Plato walked the streets of Cyrene, or later the roads of Italy, he began to see that wisdom was not a Greek monopoly. He saw ancient cultures that had been mapping the stars while the Greeks were still herding goats in the mountains. The world was vast, old, and indifferent to the squabbles of a single city-state. This period of travel also allowed him to disappear. In a world without photographs, a man could reinvent himself simply by walking to the next town. To the sailors on the ship, he was just a quiet passenger with broad shoulders who paid his fare and stared at the stars. To the innkeepers, he was just another Greek seeking his fortune. This anonymity must have been a relief. For the first time in his life, he was not Aristocles, son of Ariston, descendant of kings. He was just a mind moving through space. It is amusing to picture the great philosopher dealing with the mundane annoyances of ancient tourism, the bedbugs in a roadside inn, the donkey that refuses to walk, the bad wine that tastes like vinegar. Even a philosopher has to eat. And Plato likely funded these travels through trade or by relying on the network of guest friendship, xenia, that bound the ancient world together. He was a guest in the houses of the learned, trading news from Athens for a seat at the dinner table. And slowly, mile by dusty mile, the anger began to cool. The sharp, blinding grief over Socrates softened into a resolve. He realized that if he wanted to honor his teacher, he couldn't just mourn him. He had to finish his work. Socrates had asked the questions. Plato would have to find the answers. He would have to build a system that could withstand the chaos of the world. And so, the traveler turned his eyes toward the greatest and oldest mystery of the Mediterranean. He looked southeast, across the glittering expanse of the sea, toward the land of the river gods, toward Egypt. The Greeks had always looked at Egypt with a mixture of awe and inferiority. Egypt was the grandfather of civilization, a land of stone temples that had stood for thousands of years before the Parthenon was even a sketch. If there was a place where knowledge had been preserved against the decay of time, it was there, among the priests of the Nile. Plato felt the pull. He packed his few belongings, said farewell to the mathematicians of Cyrene, and boarded another ship. The wind caught the square sail, pushing him toward the delta. He was moving deeper into the past to find the future. The horizon was still retreating, but now it shimmered with the heat of the desert. The wanderer was no longer running away from Athens. He was running towards something else. He was hunting for the eternal. And as the coast of Africa drifted by, golden and hazy, the philosopher stood at the prow, ready to ask the oldest priests in the world if they knew how to build a city that would never fall. The boat glides not over the sea, but over a river so wide it feels like a moving continent. The water is opaque, a rich, dark brown silk that carries the silt of half a continent, nurturing the narrow strip of green that defies the surrounding desert. Plato has arrived in Egypt, the land the Greeks call the gift of the Nile. To a man used to the rocky, fragmented geography of Greece, where every valley is a separate world, The uniformity of Egypt is overwhelming. Here, the horizon is flat, dominated by the vertical geometry of palm trees and obelisks. The heat is different too. It is not the sharp, bright sting of the Attic sun, but a heavy, enveloping blanket that smells of wet earth, drying bricks, and the sweet rot of lotus flowers. Plato is traveling upriver, likely making his way toward Heliopolis or Sais, the ancient centers of priestly learning. As he sits on the deck of the river barge, shielded by a canopy of woven reeds, he sees something that stops his breath. Rising from the western bank, triangular mountains of limestone pierce the sky. The pyramids of Giza. We must pause to appreciate the scale of time here. When Plato looked at the Great Pyramid, it was already more than 2,000 years old. To him, it was as ancient as the Roman Colosseum is to us today. It was a ruin of a forgotten age, a testament to a stability that made Athens look like a temporary encampment. He stares at the sharp lines of the stone against the blue sky, and his geometer's heart beats faster. Here is the perfect shape, the stable base, the aspiration to the heavens, form manifested in rock, defying the erosion of centuries. This visual impact sets the tone for his entire stay. In Egypt, Plato is not a teacher. He is a toddler. He is a guest in a civilization that views the Greeks as bright, noisy upstarts, a people who have barely learned to write, while the Egyptians have been recording the movements of the stars for millennia. He arrives at the temple complex, a city within a city, guarded by walls of mud brick and statues of gods with the heads of ibises and jackals. The priests who greet him are shaven-headed, dressed in pristine white linen that rustles softly as they move. They do not have the frantic energy of the Athenian sophists. They move with the slowness of deep time. We can imagine the interactions, perhaps mediated by an interpreter or conducted in a broken trade-tongue Greek that the priests deign to speak. Plato, ever the inquirer, likely begins with questions about the gods, about history, about the origins of the world. He wants to compare their myths with his own. But the priests of Sais, according to the account Plato himself would later write in the Timaeus, stop him with a gentle, patronizing smile. One of the elder priests, perhaps the legendary Sonches, looks at the broad-shouldered Greek and sighs. "O Solon, Solon," the priest says, addressing Plato by the name of his famous ancestor who had visited long before. "You Greeks are always children. There is no such thing as an old Greek." Plato, stung in his pride, asks what he means. The priest gestures to the temple walls, covered in hieroglyphs that track the flooding of the Nile back through dynasties that dissolve into mist. He explains that the world has been destroyed many times by fire and water. When these catastrophes happen, he says, the civilizations of the newer lands, like Greece, are wiped out. They lose their libraries, their records, their very language. They have to start over again as infants, knowing nothing of what came before. But we, the priest says, tapping his chest, we live in the safety of the Nile. We remember. It is a devastating and beautiful concept for Plato. He realizes that his beloved Athens, with all its noise and glory, is suffering from cultural amnesia. They are living in the perpetual present, while Egypt lives in the eternal memory. This encounter profoundly shapes Plato's developing philosophy. He looks around the Egyptian society and sees something that Athens lacks: order. Strict, rigid, unyielding order. In Egypt, a man does not choose his profession based on a whim or a vote. He is born into it. The warrior class does not farm. The farming class does not fight. The priests do not trade. Everyone has a place, fixed by law and custom, just as the stars have their fixed orbits. To a modern mind, this caste system might sound oppressive, a cage for the human spirit. But to Plato, traumatized by the chaos of democracy, where a shoemaker could vote to kill a philosopher, this looks like salvation. It looks like justice. Justice, he begins to think, is not equality. Justice is everyone doing the job they are fitted for by nature and staying there. He sees the art of Egypt too. He notices that the statues of the pharaohs are not realistic in the way Greek statues are becoming. They don't show the wrinkles of age or the twist of a muscle in motion. They are stiff, frontal, gazing into eternity. A statue carved 1,000 years ago looks exactly like a statue carved today. The Egyptians have rules, canons of proportion, that forbid artists from innovating. They don't want new styles. They want the correct style. This resonates deeply with Plato's hunger for the forms. The Egyptian artist isn't trying to capture the fleeting appearance of a specific man. He is trying to capture the eternal essence of kingship. Plato walks through the cool hypostyle halls, the forest of painted columns towering above him, and he feels a sense of peace he hasn't felt since the burning of his plays. Here, reality is not a debate. It is a fact carved in granite. Historians still argue, of course, about how much of this Egyptian influence is real and how much is projection. Did Plato really learn his philosophy from the Nile? Or did he just use Egypt as a convenient literary backdrop to critique Athens? It is a debate that has raged since antiquity. But looking at his later work, The Laws and the Republic, the Egyptian fingerprint is undeniable. The rigid class structures, the censorship of art, the rule by a wise elite, these are the dreams of a man who fell in love with the stability of the pharaohs. Yet, there is a limit to what he can learn here. The Egyptian wisdom is deep, but it is also static. It is a wisdom of repetition, of cycles, of the sun rising and setting on the same unchangeable land. Plato is Greek after all. He needs logic, not just tradition. He needs proof, not just pronouncements from a priest. He respects the memory of Egypt, but he cannot become Egyptian. He is a man of the logos, the rational word. He needs to find a way to marry this eternal stability with the active, critical mind of Socrates. He spends months, perhaps years, drinking in the silence of the desert, letting the dry wind scour away the last of his Athenian volatility. He buys scrolls of papyrus, the crisp, yellowed paper of the river, and perhaps begins to sketch out the first lines of his own great project. But he knows he must move on. The priests have taught him about time, about the vast, crushing weight of history. Now he needs to learn about structure. He needs to understand the hidden scaffolding that holds the universe together, the invisible wires that connect the music of the lyre to the orbits of the planets. He hears whispers of a brotherhood in Italy, a cult of vegetarians who believe that God is a number. The whispers of the Nile have told him that the world is old and that stability is divine. Now, the wind is shifting again, calling him west, toward the rocky coast of Magna Graecia. He packs his bags, perhaps slipping a small scarab amulet into his tunic, a souvenir of the land that remembers everything, and walks back toward the harbor. The Nile flows on, indifferent to his departure, just as it was indifferent to his arrival. He leaves with a new humility, carrying the heavy knowledge that he is just a child of the Greeks, searching for the rules of the grown-ups. The geometry of the pyramids fades into the distance, but the geometry of the soul is just beginning to take shape. The wind that carries Plato west from the Nile is not just changing his geography, it is changing the texture of his reality. He leaves behind the heavy, stone permanence of Egypt, where truth was a solid object, guarded by priests, and sails toward the sun-drenched coast of southern Italy. In the ancient world, this region was known as Magna Graecia, Greater Greece. It was a frontier, a land of new colonies, where the rules of the mainland were rewritten with a daring, experimental edge. Plato is heading for the city of Tarentum, a harbor town curled like a sleeping cat around a deep blue bay. He is searching for a group of men who are rumored to hold the keys to the universe, not in prayers or rituals, but in equations. These are the Pythagoreans. When he steps off the ship, the atmosphere is markedly different from the somber temples of the Nile. Tarentum is vibrant, wealthy, and sophisticated, but Plato bypasses the market and the gymnasium. He finds his way to a quiet, well-ordered house, perhaps on the outskirts of the city, where a community of scholars lives in a state of rigorous, almost monastic discipline. They are the intellectual descendants of Pythagoras, the legendary sage who had died decades earlier, but whose shadow still lay long across the mind of Italy. The leader of this community is Archytas, a man who will become one of the most important figures in Plato's life, a friend, a teacher, and arguably the model for the philosopher king. Archytas is a paradox to the Athenian mind. He is a brilliant mathematician, a master of harmonics, and a mystic who believes in the immortality of the soul. But he is also a general, a man who has been elected commander of the city's army 7 times and has never lost a battle. In Archytas, Plato sees something that Socrates never was, a philosopher who actually rules. Socrates had stood outside of power, criticizing it. Archytas stands inside power, guiding it with wisdom. It is a revelation. It proves that the gap between the mind and the state can be bridged. But it is the teaching of the Pythagoreans that truly ignites Plato's imagination. He sits in their circle, perhaps in a garden, filled with the scent of lemon blossoms and wild thyme, and listens to a doctrine that sounds at first like madness, and then, slowly, like the only sane thing in the world. All is number, they say. To a modern ear, this sounds abstract. To Plato, it is a thunderbolt. The pre-Socratic philosophers he knew had argued that the world was made of substances. Thales said it was water. Heraclitus said it was fire. They were obsessed with the stuff of the universe. The Pythagoreans shake their heads. They argue that the stuff doesn't matter. What matters is the structure. A pile of stones is just a pile of stones, but if you arrange them in a specific way, they become a temple. The difference is not the stone. The difference is the ratio. The universe, they explain, is not a chaotic soup of elements. It is a symphony of mathematical relationships. They demonstrate this with the monochord, a single string stretched over a sounding box. Archytas, or one of the elders, plucks the string. It makes a tone. He places a bridge exactly halfway down the string, dividing it in a 2.1 ratio, and plucks it again. The note is the same but an octave higher. He divides it again, 3-2, 4-3. Each mathematical division produces a perfect, pleasing harmony. The beautiful sounds that move the human heart are not magic. They are math. they are audible numbers. And if music, which touches the soul so deeply, is governed by invisible laws of proportion, then surely the rest of the universe is too. Plato looks up at the night sky with new eyes. The Pythagoreans teach him that the planets do not wander aimlessly. They move in perfect circular orbits, their distances from the Earth corresponding to musical intervals. As they spin, they hum, a music of the spheres that is too constant and too loud for human ears to hear, a cosmic background radiation of divine harmony. For a man who had seen the chaotic, ugly disorder of Athenian politics, this vision of a cosmos ruled by elegant, unbreakable laws is overwhelmingly comforting. It offers a new definition of goodness. Goodness is not just a moral opinion. Goodness is order. Evil is disorder. To be good is to be in tune with the universe. This connects seamlessly with the other great Pythagorean doctrine, the immortality and transmigration of the soul. In the quiet evenings, as the stars wheel overhead in their geometric dance, they speak of the psyche. They teach that the soul is not a wisp of smoke that vanishes at death. It is a fallen divinity, trapped in the tomb of the body, somasema. The body is a tomb. It is caught in a cycle of rebirths, moving from human to animal to plant and back again, driven by its behavior in each life. The goal of philosophy, then, is not just to be smart. It is to purify the soul. By studying geometry, by understanding the eternal truths of mathematics, the soul detaches itself from the messy, changing world of the senses and realigns itself with the eternal. It remembers its divine origin. Here, finally, Plato finds the missing piece of his puzzle. Socrates had given him the method, the relentless questioning, the search for definitions. But Socrates had no system. He ended in aporia, or confusion. The Pythagoreans give Plato the system. They give him a structure for the true reality he has been seeking, the forms he will later write about, the perfect circle, the perfect justice, the perfect beauty, are born here, in the dust of the Italian school. A drawn triangle in the sand is imperfect. Its lines have thickness, its angles are slightly off. But the idea of the triangle, the mathematical definition, is perfect, timeless, and indestructible. That is the reality. The drawing is just a shadow. Historians still argue about the extent of this influence. Some say Plato merely borrowed Pythagorean language. Others say he was a full convert who essentially created Pythagoreanism, as we know it, by writing it down. What is undeniable is the shift in his tone. The Socratic dialogues are often open-ended and skeptical. The middle dialogues, written after this trip, are confident, mystical, and filled with discussions of the soul's immortality. The skeptic became a seer. There is a charming human texture to these days in Tarentum. We can imagine Plato struggling with the advanced math, frowning over diagrams, his competitive restless spirit pushing him to master this new wrestling match of the intellect. We can picture him sharing simple, vegetarian meals with the Brotherhood. They refuse to eat meat because it might contain the soul of a friend, and finding a sense of belonging he had lost in Athens. He is no longer the lonely exile. He is part of a golden chain of wisdom that stretches back to the gods. But even this sanctuary has its limits. Archytas is a ruler, yes, but Tarentum is not Athens. Plato knows, with a deep, homing instinct, that he cannot just collect wisdom like seashells. He has to bring it home, He has to take this vision of a mathematically ordered universe and try to graft it onto the chaotic root of his own city. He has been away for years. His hair is perhaps graying at the temples. The anger of his youth has settled into a cold, hard determination. He has the Socratic fire and the Pythagorean structure. He is ready. He says goodbye to Archytas, promising to return, a promise that will lead to dangerous adventures later. He boards a ship once more, turning his face north and east. The sea is the same, but the man watching the waves is different. He no longer sees just water. He sees fluid dynamics, volume, and depth. He sees a world that is a flawed copy of a perfect blueprint. He is bringing a dangerous idea back to Athens. The idea that the world we see is a lie, and the truth is a number we have forgotten how to count. As the coast of Italy fades, the geometry of souls travels with him, an invisible cargo that will soon weigh heavily on the shelves of the Western mind. The wanderer is coming home, and he is bringing the blueprints for a new world. The road home is always shorter than the road away. Yet the man who walks back through the Dipylon gates is not the same man who fled through them a decade earlier. Plato is 40 years old now. The grey in his beard is no longer a premature streak, but a testament to the years of salt air and foreign sun. He walks with the steady, rhythmic gait of a traveler who has learned to measure distance, not in steps, but in thoughts. Athens lies before him, familiar and heartbreakingly beautiful. The Parthenon still gleams on the high rock, a crown of white marble that seems to float above the haze of the lower city. The smells are the same: roasting meat, unwashed bodies, the sharp tang of resin wine. But the noise of the political arguments in the streets now sounds different to his ears. It sounds tinny, hollow. After the silence of the Egyptian desert and the harmonic rigor of the Pythagorean schools, the chaotic bickering of Athenian democracy feels like a discordant orchestra, tuning up and never finding the note. He greets old friends, and there is joy, yes, but also a subtle distance. They want to know what he has seen. He wants to know if they have learned anything. They haven't. The city is still chasing its own tail, obsessed with lawsuits, elections, and the petty dramas of the day. Plato realizes with a sudden crystal clarity that he cannot simply slip back into his old life. He cannot stand in the marketplace and shout over the fishmongers like Socrates did. That method had failed. It had ended in a cup of poison. If he is to save philosophy, he must take it out of the street. He must give it a home. He needs a sanctuary, a place where the noise of the world can be shut out so that the quiet voice of reason can be heard. He turns his back on the bustling center of the city and walks northwest, out through the gates again, along the road that leads toward Eleusis. About a mile from the city walls, the landscape changes. The dust of the road gives way to the coolness of shade. Here, fed by the hidden waters of the Cephissus River, lies an ancient grove of olive trees and plane trees. It is a place of deep, green shadows and flickering light, a public park that has been sacred ground since the days of myth. It belongs, legend says, to a minor local hero named Hecademos or Archidemos, who had once saved the city from the wrath of the Spartans by revealing where the abducted Helen was hidden. Because of this ancient service, the land was considered inviolable. Even enemy armies, when ravaging the countryside, would often spare these trees out of superstitious respect. It is quiet here. The roar of the agora is reduced to a distant, meaningless hum, like the sound of the sea in a shell. Plato walks among the trees, listening to the wind rustling the silver-backed olive leaves. He feels a sense of recognition. This is the place. It is not a grand building, it is a garden. Historians and archaeologists still debate the exact financial mechanics of what happened next. How does a philosopher with no income buy a prime piece of real estate? Some accounts suggest that Plato used the last of his family inheritance, gambling his financial security on a dream of education. Others tell a more dramatic story involving his friend Annicharis of Cyrene. The legend goes that Annicharis had intended to buy Plato a chariot for the games, or had provided money to ransom him from a brief, murky period of captivity. But when the ransom proved unnecessary or was refused, he insisted Plato keep the money to buy the land. Whatever the source, the deed is done. Plato purchases a small plot of private land adjacent to the public gymnasium of the academy. He is no longer a wanderer. He is a landowner. He builds a small house, perhaps a shrine to the muses, the Mausion, to sanctify the endeavor. This is a crucial distinction. By dedicating the school to the muses, it becomes a religious confraternity, a thyasos, giving it legal protection and a sacred charter. It is not a business. It is a temple of thought. Imagine him standing there on the first evening of his ownership. The property is modest. There is a garden, a walk, and a few rooms for sleeping and eating. It is simple, almost austere, reflecting the Spartan sympathies of its owner. But the significance is monumental. For the first time in Western history, higher learning has a physical address. Before this, education was a relationship between a lover and a beloved, or a master and a disciple, happening wherever they stood. Now, it is an institution. It is a place you can go to. The academy is born, a word that will echo through centuries, lending its name to every university, every scientific society, every academic pursuit that will follow. But for Plato, standing in the twilight under the gnarled branches of the sacred olives, it is simply a refuge. It is a fortress against the mob. Here, inside the garden walls, the vote of the majority does not matter. The only thing that counts is the argument that holds up to scrutiny. He walks the perimeter of his new domain. He is planting a flag in the soil of Athens, but it is a flag of truce. He is inviting the city to come to him, but on his terms. No more shouting matches. No more hurried conversations interrupted by the demands of business. Here, time will be slowed down. The curriculum he envisions is long, decades long. You cannot learn the nature of the good in a weekend seminar. You need years of mathematics, years of dialectic, years of testing the soul. The olive trees around him are fitting sentinels. They grow slowly. They bear fruit only after years of patience, and their wood is hard and enduring. They are the perfect metaphor for the philosopher he hopes to cultivate. There is a gentle, sensory magic to this moment. The air in the grove smells of dry grass and the faint, sweet scent of the river mud. The cicadas are beginning their evening chorus, a rhythmic grinding that sounds like the heartbeat of the summer. Plato sits on a stone bench, perhaps one he will sit on for the next 40 years. He feels the tension of the last decade draining out of his shoulders. The anger at Socrates' death has not vanished. It never will, but it has transformed into something constructive. He has built a machine to create more Socrateses. He has built a place where it is safe to be wise. He watches the fireflies begin to blink among the trunks of the plane trees, tiny sparks of light in the gathering dark. They remind him of the souls he hopes to ignite. He is ready to teach, not to preach, not to win arguments, but to kindle a fire in the minds of the young men who will come to find him. The hermit phase is over. The olive grove is not just a retreat, it is a staging ground. He looks toward the city one last time before turning into his small house. The lights of Athens are flickering on, torches and lamps illuminating the houses of the politicians and the poets. They are busy with the real world of commerce and power. Plato smiles a thin, private smile. He knows that the real world is here, in the quiet, under the stars, where the mind is free to hunt for the eternal. He has found his center. He has found his home. And tomorrow, the gates will open. The gates of the academy are not made of iron or timber. In fact, there are no gates at all. The boundary between the bustling world of Athens and this sanctuary of the mind is invisible, marked only by the shift in the air, the sudden quietness of the birds, and the canopy of the sacred olive trees. As the first students begin to arrive, they do not step into a classroom. They step into a way of life. Imagine the scene on a warm autumn morning. The dew is still heavy on the grass, dampening the hems of the students' tunics as they walk up the path from the city. They are young men, mostly, sons of wealthy families, future generals, potential tyrants, and poets, drawn by the magnetic reputation of the man who walked away. They come expecting to be taught how to win arguments, how to sway the assembly, how to gain power. They are in for a shock. Plato greets them not from a podium, but from a bench in the garden, or perhaps while pacing slowly along the gravel paths. He does not charge a fee. This is the first and most radical rule of the academy. The sophists, the professional teachers of the day, charged exorbitant sums for their wisdom, turning knowledge into a commodity. Plato refuses. To sell truth, he believes, is to prostitute the soul. The academy is free, supported by his own wealth and the gifts of friends. This creates an immediate atmosphere of equality and obligation. You are not a customer here. You are a guest. You are a friend. And among friends, everything is shared, especially thoughts. The structure of the day is deceptive. To an outsider, it might look like a group of men simply loitering in a park. They walk in pairs under the plane trees, heads bent together in low conversation. They sit in circles on the grass, drawing diagrams in the dirt with sticks. But if you listen closely, the air is vibrating with intensity. They are practicing dialectic, the art of stripping away falsehoods through relentless questioning. It is a mental sparring match, as grueling as the wrestling practiced in the gymnasium next door. Plato moves among them, the scholarch, or leader, but he acts less like a master and more like a conductor, guiding the dissonant voices into harmony. He throws a question into the center of the circle. What is justice? Can virtue be taught? And watches as the young minds pounce on it, tearing it apart, arguing, failing, and trying again. Central to the life of the academy is the Syssidia, the common meal. This is a tradition borrowed from the Spartans and the Pythagoreans, a daily ritual that binds the community together. As the sun reaches its zenith and the heat becomes too intense for walking, they gather in the simple dining room of Plato's house. The food is modest: barley cakes, olives, figs, cheese, and watered wine. There are no elaborate feasts here. Plato is famous for his moderation. A visiting ambassador once remarked after dining at the academy, Plato's guests feel better the next morning than they do on the evening of the feast. The point of the meal is not gluttony, but communion. It is here, over the breaking of bread, that the real work often happens. The symposium, a word that simply means drinking together, is reclaimed from the rowdy parties of the city and turned into a liturgy of friendship. They joke, they tease, but the laughter is gentle. It is the laughter of men who are discovering that they are all prisoners in the same cave, trying to help each other find the light. It is in these gatherings that we glimpse the profound human warmth of the philosopher. History often paints Plato as a stern, distant figure, a marble bust with no blood. But the academy was fueled by eros, by love, not just physical attraction, though the Greeks acknowledged that beauty could be a spark for the soul, but a deep, passionate longing for the truth that bonded these men together. They were lovers of wisdom, and that shared love created a fraternity stronger than blood. There is a fascinating historical whisper that suggests this fraternity was not entirely male. Ancient sources, including Diogenes Laertius, tell us of two women, Axiothea of Phlius and Lasthenia of Mantinea, who were so captivated by Plato's writings that they traveled to Athens to join the academy. The legend says they dressed as men to avoid scandal, wearing the short tunics of the Dorian style. Did Plato know? It is hard to imagine the sharp-eyed observer of reality being fooled by a disguise. It is more likely and more poetic to think that he simply did not care. In his Republic, he would later write that women were capable of the same wisdom and leadership as men. Perhaps in the quiet corners of the olive grove, looking at these two brave scholars, he saw the proof of his own theory, that the soul has no gender. The atmosphere of the academy is a delicate balance of playful curiosity and deadly seriousness. One moment, they are debating the definition of a sophist with the wit and humor of a comedy. The next, they are discussing the nature of the soul with the gravity of a funeral. There is no set curriculum, no graduation date, no diploma. You stay as long as you are growing. Some stay for months. Others, like the young Aristotle, who will soon arrive, stay for 20 years. It is a sanctuary in the truest sense, a place safe from the political storms of Athens, but also a place where you are safe to be wrong. In the assembly, being wrong could get you exiled. Here, being wrong is just the first step to being right. As the afternoon wears on, the shadows of the trees lengthen, stretching across the dusty paths like the hands of a clock. The noise of the gymnasium next door, the shouts of athletes, the thud of the javelin drifts over the wall, a reminder of the physical world they are trying to transcend. Plato might pause, listening to the sounds of the bodies in motion, and smile. He knows that his students are exercising something far more powerful. They are building muscles that will not wither with age. They are training the eye of the mind to see things that are invisible to the athletes next door. The sun begins to set, turning the leaves of the olive trees into shimmering silver coins. The students disperse, some walking back to the city, their heads buzzing with new ideas, others retiring to the small sleeping quarters on the grounds. The academy settles into the quiet of the evening. It is a fragile experiment, this garden of thinkers. It has no army to defend it, no walls to protect it. It exists only because a group of people have agreed to value the invisible over the visible. Plato stands in the doorway of his house, watching the first stars appear. He knows that he is building a kingdom that is not of this world, a kingdom made of arguments and dreams. But as he looks at the young men leaving, he feels a surge of hope. They are carrying the sparks, and if he can just keep the wind from blowing them out, they might one day light up the world. The sanctuary is open. The feast of reason has begun. There is a legend that hung over the entrance of the academy, invisible to the eye but heavy on the mind of every student who crossed the threshold. It was not a prayer to a god, nor a list of rules about conduct. It was a warning etched metaphorically, if not literally, into the very lintel of the school. Geometretos medes esito. Let no one ignorant of geometry enter here. To the young men arriving with their heads full of poetry and political ambition, this must have seemed a cruel joke. They had come to learn the secrets of the universe, the nature of the good, the art of ruling cities. And Plato points them to a sandbox and hands them a compass. First, he says, you must learn about the triangles. Imagine the confusion. Picture a young aristocrat, dressed in fine linen, standing over a patch of smooth earth, staring at a diagram. He is impatient. He wants to talk about justice. He wants to debate the definition of courage. But Plato is adamant. Before you can discuss the abstract concepts of ethics, you must master the abstract concepts of mathematics. Why? Because mathematics is the gym of the soul. It is the only subject that forces the mind to detach itself completely from the physical world. When you talk about a circle in geometry, you are not talking about a round shield or a plate or a coin. You are talking about the idea of a circle, a shape where every point on the circumference is equidistant from the center. Plato would lean over the student's shoulder and point to the drawing in the sand. Look at this line, he might whisper. Is it truly straight? The student looks closely. He sees the grain of the sand, the slight wobble of the hand that drew it. No, the student admits. It is imperfect. Exactly, Plato replies. But your mind knows what a perfect straight line is, does it not? You can conceive of it, even though you have never seen one with your eyes. Where does that knowledge come from? This is the turning of the soul, or periagoge. Just as a prisoner in a cave must physically turn his body away from the shadows to see the fire, the student's mind must be wrenched away from the messy sensory world of things to gaze at the clean, luminous world of forms. Geometry is the machine that performs this turning. The curriculum was brutal. It was not a casual hobby. It was a 10-year immersion. They studied arithmetic, not for trade or counting money, but to understand the nature of the unit, the one. They studied plane geometry to understand surface. They studied solid geometry to understand volume. They studied astronomy, not to navigate ships, but to see the geometry of time moving in the heavens. And they studied harmonics, to hear the geometry of sound. To Plato, these were not separate subjects. They were sister sciences, different dialects of the same divine language. He believed that the universe was written in this language, and if you couldn't read it, you were illiterate in reality. There is a wonderful, dry humor in the accounts of these classes. We are told of students who arrived expecting to learn the good, thinking it would be a lecture on happiness or wealth. Instead, they found themselves trapped in a lecture on the number 2, or the properties of the diagonal. Some left in disgust, muttering that this was useless. What do I gain from this? A student once asked Euclid, a later product of this tradition. Euclid turned to his slave and said, Give him 3 obols, since he must make a profit from what he learns, and then kicked him out. Plato likely shared this disdain for usefulness. The point wasn't to be useful. The point was to be true. If you wanted to build a bridge, hire an engineer. If you wanted to build a soul, study geometry. But for those who stayed, for those who pushed through the boredom and the abstraction, a strange thing happened. The world began to look different. They stopped seeing a chaotic mess of events and started seeing patterns. They realized that the chaotic movements of the planets were actually a precise dance. They realized that the confusing variety of musical notes was governed by simple ratios. The eye of the soul, as Plato called it, began to open. This eye is more precious than 10,000 physical eyes, he argued, for it alone sees the truth. The discipline of math was scrubbing this eye clean, washing away the mud of opinion and sensation. This emphasis on mathematics also served as a filter. It kept the ignorant out, not the uneducated, but those who were unwilling to do the hard work of thinking. Democracy, in Plato's view, failed because it allowed anyone to have an opinion on complex matters, regardless of their expertise. You wouldn't let a carpenter perform surgery, so why let a random citizen decide the fate of the state? The academy was an attempt to create an aristocracy of the mind. Only those who could prove they could handle the rigorous, objective truths of math were deemed fit to move on to the higher mysteries of philosophy. If you couldn't prove a theorem, you certainly couldn't be trusted with the city. There is a specific sensory memory that lingers in this section of the story. The sound of the cannon. This was a single-stringed instrument used to teach harmonics. Imagine the quiet of the afternoon, broken only by the twang of the string and the scratch of a stylus on a wax tablet. The students are listening, heads cocked, trying to hear the ratio. It is a moment of pure, suspended attention. They are hunting for the invisible structure of reality. Plato watches them, satisfied. He knows that they are learning, that the senses are liars. The ear hears a sound, but the mind understands the ratio. The eye sees a shape, but the mind understands the formula. They are learning to trust the mind over the eye. Historians still argue about how much original mathematics was actually done in the academy. Plato himself was not a working mathematician. He didn't discover new theorems, but he was the great cheerleader, the maker of mathematicians. He posed the problems that drove the research. He asked, what are the uniform circular motions that can account for the apparent wanderings of the planets? This question alone launched centuries of astronomical inquiry. He created an environment where the greatest minds of the age, Theaetetus, Eudoxus, could gather and work. He was the center of the wheel, holding the spokes together. As the sun sets on the olive grove, the diagrams in the sand are smoothed over, erased by the wind or the sweep of a hand. The tangible work is gone. But the change in the students' minds remains. They walk away carrying the proofs inside them. They have learned that there is a world more real than the one they can touch. A world that does not decay, does not change, and does not lie. The sign over the door was not a barrier. It was a promise. Let no one ignorant of geometry enter, it said. But for those who did enter, and who did learn, it promised a way out of the cave. The math was just the ladder. Now they were ready to climb. The garden of the academy is in full bloom. It is late spring, and the air is heavy with the scent of wild roses tumbling in unruly pink cascades over the stone walls. A student stands by a bush, reaching out to touch the velvet softness of a petal. He turns to Plato, who is resting in the shade nearby, and remarks on how beautiful the flower is. It is a casual comment, the kind of small talk that fills the empty spaces of an afternoon. But for Plato, there is no such thing as small talk. There are only small openings into vast mysteries. He looks at the flower, then at the student, and asks a question that shatters the peaceful moment. You say the rose is beautiful, but what is beauty? The student blinks. He points to the flower again. This, he says, this is beauty. Plato shakes his head gently. No, he replies, that is a rose. And tomorrow, it will be brown and brittle. It will turn to dust. If the rose disappears, does beauty disappear with it? This conversation brings us to the very heart of Plato's world, the dizzying, radiant, and often baffling theory of forms. To understand it, we must suspend our modern cynicism and step into the mind of a man who was desperate to find something that could not be destroyed. Plato looked at the physical world, the world of becoming, and saw a constant state of flux. Heraclitus, an older philosopher, had said, "You cannot step into the same river twice, because the water is always flowing." Plato felt this deeply. Everything in the visible world is changing. People age, statues crumble, governments fall, milk sours. If everything is constantly changing, how can we know anything for sure? How can you have truth about something that might be different tomorrow? His solution was to propose a second world. Beyond the physical world we see with our eyes, he argued, there is another realm, the world of being. This is a non-physical, timeless, changeless dimension. And in this place exist the forms, in Greek, eidos. These are the perfect, eternal blueprints of everything that exists here. In that invisible realm, there is a form of the rose, an eternal, unchanging essence of roseness that never wilts, never fades, and never dies. The flower in the garden is beautiful only because it participates in that form. It is a shadow, a flawed copy, a temporary echo of the real thing. Think of it like a cookies and cutter relationship. The dough is the messy stuff of the physical universe, matter. The cookie cutter is the form. You can press the cutter into the dough 1,000 times. You will get 1,000 cookies. Some will be thick, some thin, some burnt, some broken. None of them will be the perfect shape of the metal cutter itself. But without the cutter, they wouldn't be cookies at all. Plato is telling us that we spend our lives eating the burnt cookies and arguing about them, while completely ignoring the perfect silver cutter that gave them their shape. This applies to everything. It applies to mundane objects, which leads to some unintentional comedy in the academy. Imagine the great philosophers debating the eternal form of the chair or the form of the bed. It sounds ridiculous to talk about a divine bed floating in the heavens, but Plato was deadly serious. If you can recognize a bed, it's because your mind has access to the definition, the form of what a bed is. But it mattered most to him when it came to the big concepts: justice, goodness, beauty, equality. In Athens, people called many things just. A law might be just, a man might be just, a punishment might be just. But all these things were different. They were flawed. Plato argued that there must be an absolute form of justice, pure, unmixed, and indestructible, existing apart from human opinion. When we say Socrates was a just man, we are saying he resembled that form, just as a painting resembles a landscape. The tragedy of the trial was that the Athenians looked at the painting and destroyed it, thinking they had destroyed the reality. But they hadn't. The form of justice remained untouched, safe in the realm of being, waiting for someone with cleaner eyes to see it again. There is a famous story, likely apocryphal, but perfect in its humor, involving Diogenes the cynic. Diogenes was the punk rocker of ancient philosophy. He lived in a jar, mocked the rich, and generally despised high-flown theories. One day, he visited the academy while Plato was lecturing on the forms. Plato was going on about tablehood and cupness. Diogenes interrupted, holding up a cup. "Plato," he grumbled, "I see the cup, but I do not see the cupness." Plato looked at the dirty, disheveled cynic and replied coolly, "That is natural, Diogenes, for you have eyes by which the cup is seen, but you do not have intellect by which cupness is seen." It was a sick burn, ancient style, but it highlighted the core demand of Platonism. You cannot see reality with your eyes. You can only see it with your mind. Scholars and historians have argued for 2,000 years about how literally Plato meant this. Did he really believe there was a heaven of forms, where a perfect version of your dog exists? Or was he using a metaphor for logical categories? Aristotle, his greatest student, would eventually reject the separate existence of the forms, arguing that form lives inside the object, not in some other dimension. He would famously say, "Plato is dear to me, but truth is dearer still." Yet, reading the Phaedo or the Symposium, it is hard to escape the feeling that for Plato, this was religious. The forms were not just categories, they were divine. They were the thoughts of God. This theory offers a strange, aching kind of comfort. It speaks to the human experience of disappointment. We all know the feeling of looking for the perfect partner, the perfect house, the perfect job. And we all know the feeling of letdown when the reality doesn't match the dream. Plato tells us, of course it doesn't. You are looking for the perfect in a world made of the imperfect. You are trying to hug a ghost. The longing you feel, that deep, unexplained nostalgia for a home you've never visited, is your soul remembering the world of forms. Before you were born, Plato suggests, your soul swirled in that higher realm, gazing at the pure truth. Then you drank from the river of forgetfulness and fell into a body. But when you see something beautiful down here, a spark of memory ignites. You aren't just seeing a pretty face. You are remembering beauty itself. So the next time you feel that the world is not quite right, that justice is always delayed, that happiness is always fleeting, Plato would say, you are right. You are a king living in a hovel, remembering your palace. This is why he distrusted reality. He saw the physical world as a veil that hides the true masterpiece. He wanted to rip the veil away. He wanted to stop staring at the shadow of the rose and turn around to face the sun that makes it grow. The sun is dipping lower now in the olive grove. The vibrant pink of the rose is fading into the gray of twilight. The flower is losing its color, just as Plato predicted. It is retreating into the dark. But the idea of the rose, the concept that allowed us to name it, to love it, to understand it, remains bright and clear in the mind. The students gather their robes, preparing for the evening meal. They look at the darkening garden and try to see the invisible structure glowing underneath. They are learning to live in two worlds at once: the world of their bodies, which is dying every minute, and the world of their minds, which is just waking up. And to explain this split, to make them truly feel the horror of the veil, Plato gathers them close and begins to tell a story. Not a theory, but a myth. A story about a cave. The sun of the garden vanishes. The scent of roses is replaced by the smell of damp earth and stale, recycled air. We are descending now, deep underground, into the most famous metaphor in the history of human thought. Plato asks us to imagine a cave. It is a long, subterranean chamber with a steep, rough path leading up to the surface, but the light from above never reaches the bottom. Down here, in the gloom, there are people. They are prisoners. But they are not prisoners of war. They are prisoners of the human condition. They have been here since childhood, their legs and necks chained in such a way that they cannot move. They cannot turn their heads to look at their neighbors or see the cave behind them. They can only stare straight ahead at the cold stone wall in front of them. This stiffness, this inability to turn, is crucial. It represents the rigidity of the human mind, the stubborn refusal to look anywhere but where we are told to look. Behind the prisoners, higher up on a raised walkway, there is a fire burning. Between the fire and the prisoners, there is a low wall, like a screen at a puppet show. And behind this wall, people are walking back and forth, carrying objects, statues of men, animals, and other figures made of wood and stone. They hold these objects up above the wall so that the light of the fire catches them. The prisoners cannot see the people carrying the objects. They can't see the objects themselves. They can't even see the fire. All they can see are the shadows cast by these objects onto the wall in front of them. The shadows dance and flicker, distorted by the roughness of the rock. When the people behind the wall speak, their voices echo off the cave wall, making it seem as if the shadows themselves are speaking. To the prisoners, this shadow play is the entire universe. It is all they have ever known. They give names to the shadows. They observe their patterns. They honor the man who is quickest to spot which shadow comes next, calling him wise. They develop a science of shadows, a politics of shadows, a religion of shadows. If you were to tell them that what they are seeing is not real, they would think you are mad. Look, they would say, pointing to a dark shape. That is a horse. I know it is a horse because it looks like a horse. But they have never seen a horse. They have only seen a distortion of a carving of a horse. They are 3 steps removed from reality. This is the horror of the cave. It is not just that the prisoners are trapped. It is that they do not know they are trapped. They are comfortable. They are safe. They have their little competitions, their familiar darkness. Plato is not talking about distant savages or foolish people. He is talking about us. He is talking about the citizens of Athens who believed that the speeches in the assembly were truth. He is talking about the people who believe that money equals happiness or that fame equals worth. He is suggesting that normal life, the life of the senses, of politics, of the daily grind, is a hallucination. We are sitting in the dark, watching a movie screen, convinced that the actors are real people, crying when they cry, laughing when they laugh, forgetting that it is just light projected on a cloth. Historians and political philosophers have long argued about who the puppeteers in the cave represent. Are they the gods? evil demons. In the context of Plato's life, it is most likely they are the poets, the playwrights, and the politicians, the image makers of society. These are the people who manufacture the culture, who hold up the statues of heroism or patriotism and cast the shadows that the rest of us consume. Plato's distrust of artists, which often confuses modern readers, stems from this. He saw them as dangerous manipulators who kept the prisoners distracted with pretty pictures while the truth lay outside, unnoticed. The atmosphere in the cave is suffocating. Can you feel the weight of the rock above you? Can you hear the confused murmur of the prisoners discussing the reality of a shadow? It is a place of echo and illusion. It is a place where the eyes are used, but the mind is asleep. The fire behind them casts a dim, red glow, a poor imitation of the sun. It represents the physical sun, which allows us to see physical objects, but which is still part of the lower world. The prisoners are proud of their sharp eyesight. They pride themselves on their ability to distinguish the shadow of a pot from the shadow of a wolf. But their knowledge is meaningless. It is trivia. It is the knowledge of ghosts. Plato paints this picture with a kind of desperate compassion. He is shaking us by the shoulders, trying to wake us up. He wants us to realize that the things we stress about, our reputation, our possessions, our physical appearance, are just shadows on a wall. They are not the things themselves, and somewhere, deep in the back of the cave, a chain is about to break. One prisoner is about to be forced to stand up. He doesn't want to. His muscles are atrophied. His eyes are weak. But the mechanism of philosophy is about to grab him and drag him toward the pain of the light. The cave is quiet now, save for the crackle of the fire and the low hypnotic chant of the prisoners naming the shapes. Tree, they whisper. Bird, king. They are happy in their prison, but the silence is about to be broken by the sound of footsteps moving away from the wall, moving toward the fire, moving toward the terror of the real. The liberation begins with violence. In the fairy tales of other cultures, the hero often escapes prison through cleverness or a magical key. But in Plato's cave, there is no magic. There is only force. The prisoner does not choose to leave. He is compelled, Plato writes, a word that suggests dragging, pulling, a physical struggle against the inertia of a lifetime. Imagine the sound of the iron fetters snapping, a sharp crack that echoes in the damp silence. The prisoner stands up. His legs, unused to bearing weight, tremble. His neck, stiff from decades of staring forward, screams in protest as he is forced to turn around. And then, the first assault, the light. He turns toward the fire that was burning behind the wall. To us, a fire is a gentle thing, but to eyes that have known only the pitch black of the cave, the flames are searing. They stab at his retinas. He squeezes his eyes shut, tears streaming down his face. He is confused, terrified, and in pain. The puppeteers, the people holding the statues, might hold up a wooden horse and say, "Look, this is the real thing. The shadow was just a fake." But the prisoner cannot see the horse. He can only see the glare. In his confusion, he thinks the shadow was clearer, truer. He wants to turn back. He wants to sit down and stare at the wall again, because the wall doesn't hurt. The wall makes sense. This, Plato tells us, is the first stage of education. It is not a joyful discovery. It is a painful disorientation. But the guide, the teacher, or perhaps the force of destiny itself, does not let him go back. He is grabbed and hauled up the steep, rugged ascent. The path out of the cave is not a staircase. It is a scramble over sharp rocks and slippery slopes. He is dragged out into the open air. And now the true trauma begins. He emerges from the twilight of the cave into the full, blasting radiance of the Mediterranean noon. The sun is not a welcoming friend. It is a blinding white explosion. He is completely incapacitated. He is dazzled by excessive light. He falls to the ground, burying his face in the dirt, unable to see a single one of the things he is now told are real. At this moment, the prisoner hates the light. He hates the person who dragged him there. He is angry. This anger is a crucial detail often missed in summaries of the allegory. We often think of enlightenment as a peaceful aha moment. Plato corrects us. Enlightenment is an assault on the ego. It is the destruction of the world you thought you knew, and the destruction of a world is never painless. Recovery is slow. It takes time, perhaps days, perhaps years, for the eyes to adjust. At first, the escaped prisoner can only look at the ground. He sees the shadows of trees, and he feels a flicker of comfort. Shadows, at least, he understands. Then he looks at the reflections of things in the water. He sees the wavering image of a bird in a pool, the shimmer of a cloud in a stream. These are safer than the objects themselves. Slowly, as his eyes toughen, he lifts his gaze. He looks at the objects directly. He sees the rough bark of a real olive tree, the vibrant feathers of a real eagle, the solid stone of a real mountain. He realizes, with a slow dawning awe, that these things have a depth, a color, and a texture that the shadows in the cave never possessed. The shadows were flat, gray, and dead. These things are alive. He touches the bark, smells the pine resin, feels the wind on his skin. The sensory richness of the upper world floods his system. He begins to understand that he has spent his entire life watching a poor monochromatic cartoon of a 4K reality. Finally, he is ready for the ultimate test. He looks up, not at the reflections, not at the stars which he might study at night, but at the sun itself. He gazes at the fiery disk in the sky, and in that moment of searing contact, the final piece of the puzzle locks into place. He realizes that the sun is the cause of everything. It is the sun that gives light, allowing him to see. It is the sun that gives warmth, allowing the trees to grow and the seasons to change. In the cave, the fire was a paltry, man-made imitation of this power, but the sun is the source. In Plato's philosophy, the sun represents the form of the good. It is the ultimate reality, the God principle from which all truth, beauty, and justice radiate. Just as you cannot see a tree without light, you cannot understand a concept like courage without the illumination of the good. The good is what makes the universe intelligible. It is the battery that powers existence. Standing there, bathed in warmth, the prisoner undergoes a profound emotional shift. He remembers the cave. He remembers his fellow prisoners, still chained in the dark, betting on which shadow will come next, awarding each other little prizes for their wisdom. Does he miss them? Does he envy their certainty? No, Plato writes, invoking a line from Homer's Odyssey. The freedman would rather be a landless serf, a slave to a poor man in this upper world, than a king down there in the dark. The poorest, hardest life in reality is infinitely better than the most comfortable life in an illusion. He feels a deep, wrenching pity for his former friends. They are wasting their lives chasing phantoms. They are taking the shadow of a shadow and calling it the world. Scholars often note the violence in Plato's language here, the dragging, the compelling, the pain. It reflects his belief that humans are naturally lazy and resistant to truth. We love our caves. We love our echo chambers. Left to our own devices, we will stay in the dark forever because it is easy. Education, true education, requires a kind of violence against the self. It requires killing the part of you that wants to be comfortable. This is why Plato's academy was so rigorous. He was trying to replicate this ascent, dragging his students up the rough path of mathematics and dialectic until they could stand the glare of absolute truth. But there is a historical shadow overlaying this philosophical one. As the prisoner stands on the hill, looking down at the dark entrance of the cave, we cannot help but think of Socrates. Socrates was the man who had climbed out. He had seen the sun. And unlike the prisoner in the story, who might be tempted to stay in the sunlight and never return, Socrates went back down. He went back into the gloom of Athens to tell the prisoners that they were looking at shadows. And we know what they did to him. They didn't thank him. They didn't ask to be freed. They killed him. The section closes with the prisoner standing on the precipice of a terrible choice. He is happy. He is free. The wind is cool, the world is vast, and the sun is warm. He could walk away. He could live out his days in the Isles of the Blessed, enjoying his knowledge. But he remembers the others. He remembers the friends of his childhood, the people he loved, still staring at the wall. Can he leave them there? The duty of the philosopher, Plato argues, is not just to see the sun, but to bring the news of the sun back to the dark. It is a suicide mission. To return to the cave is to blind yourself again. Coming out of the sunlight, the cave will look darker than ever. You will stumble. You will look foolish. The prisoners will laugh at you. They will say that your eyes are ruined. And if you try to free them, they will fight you. The ascent is over. The descent, the far more dangerous journey, is about to begin. But for now, let us hold the image of the man standing on the grassy hill, his eyes filled with the golden light of the real, breathing in the first true breath of his life. He has found the answer to the riddle of existence. The world is not what it seems. The world is more. The scene shifts from the blinding sun of the allegory to the warm, flickering lamplight of a rich man's house. We are entering the symposium, perhaps the most famous dinner party in history. The year is 416 BC, a time when Athens was still drinking deep from the cup of imperial glory, unaware that the poison of defeat was already brewing. The host is Agathon, a young playwright who has just won his first victory at the Lenaya festival. To celebrate, he has invited the brightest lights of the city to recline on his couches, drink his wine, and speak in praise of Eros, the god of love. The atmosphere is thick with perfume, intellectual rivalry, and the heavy, sweet scent of unmixed wine. Plato, ever the unseen director, sets the stage with exquisite care. He dismisses the flute girl, the standard entertainment for such nights, so that the men can entertain themselves with words. One by one they speak. Aristophanes, the comic playwright, spins a fantastic myth that humans were once double creatures with 2 heads and 4 legs, until Zeus cut them in half. Now, we wander the earth looking for our other half. It is a beautiful, romantic story, that still resonates today. But then Socrates speaks, and as always, he changes the game. He does not give a speech, he tells a memory. He claims that everything he knows about love he learned not from a philosopher, but from a woman, a priestess of Mantinea named Diotima. Historians and scholars still argue fiercely about whether Diotima was a real historical figure or a fictional creation of Plato's mind. Was she a mask he wore to say things a man couldn't say? Or was she a real mystic who initiated Socrates into the mysteries of desire? We will likely never know, but her voice, filtering through Socrates, offers a vision of love that is terrifyingly vertical. Most people, she suggests, view love as a transaction or a feeling of possession. They want to have the beautiful object. Plato, through Diotima, argues that love is not about possession. It is about birth. It is a drive to create in the presence of beauty, and this drive is meant to climb. She describes a ladder of love, a spiritual staircase that every lover must ascend. It begins, surprisingly, for a philosopher who distrusts the senses, with the body. The first rung of the ladder is physical attraction. A young man falls in love with one beautiful body. He is obsessed. He writes poems, he sighs, he stares. This is natural, Diotima says. It is the spark. But if he stays there, he is a fool. The mentor must teach him to see that the beauty in his beloved's body is related to the beauty in all bodies. Why obsess over one pair of blue eyes when the form of eye is beautiful in thousands? The lover expands his appreciation. He moves from loving one person to loving all beautiful people. The jealousy and obsession of the specific crush begin to fade, replaced by a wider appreciation of physical form. Then, the climb gets steeper. The lover realizes that the beauty of a soul, a sharp mind, a gentle character, a courageous heart, is infinitely more valuable than the beauty of a limb. He begins to love people who may not be physically striking, but who have beautiful interiors. He falls in love with conversation, with ideas, with the invisible architecture of a personality. This is the third rung. Here, the lover is no longer looking for a bedmate. He is looking for a soulmate in the truest sense, someone with whom he can birth spiritual children, which is to say, virtue and wisdom. But the ladder goes higher. From the beauty of souls, he looks at the things that make souls beautiful: laws, customs, and institutions. He begins to see beauty in a well-written constitution, in a just city, in a perfectly organized school. He realizes that beauty is not just a visual experience, it is a structural one. A good law has the same harmony as a beautiful face. He is falling in love with order. Then he moves to the sciences, to geometry, to astronomy. He sees the beauty of a theorem that always holds true. He is now loving the pure, abstract landscape of the mind. Finally, after years of this ascent, the lover reaches the limit of human experience. He turns his gaze to the vast ocean of beauty. And suddenly, in a flash of lightning that Diotima describes with mystical intensity, he sees it, the form of beauty itself. It is not a face, or a hand, or a speech, or a science. It is not beautiful in one way and ugly in another. It is absolute, separate, simple, and everlasting. It is the source of all the other beauties he has seen on the way up. The beautiful boy, the beautiful law, the beautiful theorem, they were all just reflections of this one, blinding sun. The lover has reached the top of the ladder. He is no longer looking at the shadow. He is looking at the thing that casts the shadow. This is the origin of the term Platonic love. though centuries of misuse have dulled its edge. Today, we use it to mean friendship without sex. But for Plato, it meant something far more radical. It meant sex transfigured into theology. It meant using the fuel of erotic desire to launch the soul out of the physical world entirely. It wasn't about denying passion. It was about aiming it correctly. If you aim your passion at a body, you will eventually be disappointed, because bodies age and die. If you aim it at the eternal, you will never be heartbroken, because the eternal never changes. The symposium ends not with a lecture, but with a crash. Just as Socrates finishes explaining this sublime ascent, the doors are kicked open. In stumbles Alcibiades, the golden boy of Athens, drunk, supported by a flute girl, wearing a wreath of ivy and violets. He is the embodiment of the first rung of the ladder, gorgeous, physical, chaotic, and obsessed with Socrates. He gives a messy, slurry, heartbreaking speech praising Socrates, comparing him to a Selena statue that is ugly on the outside, but filled with golden gods on the inside. He complains that Socrates refuses to touch him, refusing to play the game of physical lover, because Socrates is already staring at the form of beauty. It is a brilliant literary device. Plato shows us the conflict between the philosopher, Socrates, and the world, Alcibiades. Alcibiades loves Socrates, but he cannot follow him up the ladder. He is trapped in the physical, and eventually, his physical passions for power, for glory, will destroy him and help destroy Athens. As the night winds down, the other guests pass out on the couches. Aristophanes falls asleep mid-sentence. Agathon drifts off. Only Socrates remains awake. As dawn breaks, casting a grey light through the courtyard, he is still talking, sober as a judge, arguing that the same man should be able to write both comedy and tragedy. He tucks his friends in, stands up, and walks out into the morning to go to the Lyceum for his daily bath. The ladder of love has not exhausted him. It has energized him. He has spent the night in the presence of beauty, while the others merely slept in the presence of wine. For Plato, writing this years later, the symposium is a memorial to a lost world. Most of the men at that table would meet tragic ends, exile, murder, disgrace. But in the text, they are suspended in amber, forever young, forever debating the nature of desire. The lesson remains vibrating in the silence after the party. We are all lovers, we are all hungry, but we must be careful what we eat. The world offers us appetizers that taste like ash. The philosopher points to the ceiling, past the roof, past the stars, and says, "The real feast is up there." The party is over. The wine cups from the symposium have been washed and put away. The hangover of the real world returns. Plato looks at Athens, a city still licking its wounds from the war, still vibrating with the chaotic energy of the mob, and realizes that saving individual souls is not enough. You cannot be a healthy man in a sick room. Eventually, the air will infect you. Socrates had tried to cure the city, one person at a time, and the city had killed him. So Plato retreats to the quietest corner of the academy, picks up his stylus, and begins to do something audacious. He decides to build a new city from scratch. He does not use stone or timber or slaves. He uses words. He constructs the Republic. This is the high noon of his intellect. If the symposium was a climb towards the divine, the Republic is the attempt to bring the divine down to earth and bolt it to the floor. He calls this city Callipolis, the beautiful city. It is a place that has never existed on any map and likely never will. It is a city in speech, a thought experiment designed to answer a single burning question. What is justice? To find the answer, Plato suggests we look at justice writ large. If we can find justice in a whole city, we might be able to find it in the human soul. The architecture of this imaginary city is startlingly simple, yet it defies every custom of the ancient world. Plato sweeps away the mess of democracy. There are no elections in Callipolis. There are no shouting matches in the Knicks. Instead, the city is arranged like a pyramid, mirroring the structure of the human soul. At the bottom are the producers, the farmers, craftsmen, and merchants. They represent the appetite of the soul. They are the engine of the city, driven by desire, money, and comfort. They are allowed to own property, have families, and enjoy the fruits of their labor. But they do not rule. They are the stomach, not the head. Above them are the auxiliaries, the warriors. They represent the spirit, the thumos. They are the chest of the city, the seat of courage and honor. They protect the state, not for money, but for glory and duty. They live a Spartan existence, sleeping in barracks, eating together, forbidden from touching gold or silver, because as Plato writes, they have the gold of the gods in their souls. And at the very top, in the thin, clear air of the summit, are the guardians. These are the rulers. They represent reason. They are the smallest group, chosen not by birth or wealth, but by a rigorous testing process that lasts 50 years. These are the famous philosopher kings. This concept is Plato's most radical contribution to political thought. Unless philosophers become kings, he writes, or those now called kings become genuine philosophers, there can be no rest from troubles for the cities, nor for the human race. It is a stunning claim. We usually think of philosophers as dreamers and kings as doers. Plato argues they must be the same person. Why? Because only the philosopher has climbed out of the cave. Only the philosopher has seen the form of the good. A normal king rules based on what looks profitable or popular. A philosopher king rules based on what is true. He does not want power. In fact, his reluctance is his qualification. A man who hungers for power is dangerous. A man who despises power, but accepts it as a burden to prevent worse men from ruling, is safe. In Callipolis, ruling is not a prize. It is a chore. The life of these guardians is a shock to the ancient sensibilities. To ensure they are never corrupted by nepotism or greed, Plato strips them of everything personal. They have no private property. They have no private families. Wives and children are held in common. A guardian father does not know which child is his own, so he must treat all children as his sons and daughters. It is a chilling, mathematical attempt to destroy selfishness. By erasing the distinction between mine and yours, Plato hopes to create a state where the joy of one is the joy of all, and the pain of one is the pain of all. It is a communism of the heart, enforced by the logic of the mind. As he dictates these laws, listening to the scratch of the reed pen on papyrus, Plato is not just playing SimCity. He is diagnosing the human condition. He argues that our internal misery comes from the wrong part of us being in charge. In most people, the appetite rules. We are slaves to our cravings for food, sex, or drink. The reason is just a clever servant trying to get the stomach what it wants. This is a tyrannical soul, disordered and unhappy. In the just soul, reason holds the reins, guiding the spirit and controlling the appetite. The just man is a micro-Callipolis. He is at peace because his inner hierarchy is correct. But there are shadows in this sunlit city. To maintain this perfect order, Plato introduces the noble lie. He suggests telling the citizens a myth that they were all born from the earth, and that the god mixed gold into the souls of the rulers, silver into the warriors, and bronze into the farmers. It is a caste system justified by a fairy tale. Critics for centuries have pointed to this as proof of Plato's totalitarianism. He is willing to deceive the people to keep the peace. He also banishes the poets, Homer, Hesiod, the great tragedians. They are escorted to the borders of the ideal city and politely asked to leave. Why? Because they stir up emotions. They make us weep for things that aren't real. They feed the appetite and the spirit, making them rebellious against reason. In the city of truth, there is no room for the beautiful lies of art. One can sense the tension in Plato as he writes this. Remember, he was a poet himself. He burned his plays, but he never lost his lyrical gift. Banishment of the poets is an act of self-mutilation. He is cutting off a part of his own soul to save the rest. It is the stern, unyielding logic of a surgeon removing a limb to stop the spread of gangrene. He loves Homer. He admits, I have loved him since my childhood, but he loves the truth more. Historians still debate, did Plato actually want to build this city? Or was the Republic a satire, a warning, or perhaps simply a metaphor for the individual soul, never intended to be constructed in brick and mortar? There is a clue in the text. When asked if such a city can ever exist on earth, Socrates replies that it makes no difference. It is a pattern laid up in heaven, he says, for him who wishes to see it, and seeing it, to found a city within himself. This is the gentle, hidden key. Callipolis is not a blueprint for a coup d'etat. It is a blueprint for the interior life. We are meant to build the city in our chests. We are meant to install reason on the throne of our own hearts, to silence the screaming poets of our fears, and to curb the greedy merchants of our desires. The perfect city may never rise on the plains of Greece, but it can rise in the quiet of a single mind. As the scroll of the Republic grows longer, rolling up on the floor of his study, Plato feels a strange mixture of exhaustion and relief. He has solved the riddle of justice. He has proven that it is better to be just than unjust, even if you are poor, even if you are tortured, even if you die. The just man is harmonious. The unjust man is a chaotic civil war. He has built a fortress of words where the memory of Socrates can be safe. Socrates was the first citizen of this invisible city, and now anyone who reads the book can apply for citizenship. The lamp flickers low. The sounds of real Athens, the shouts of a drunkard, the barking of a dog drift through the window. They seem distant, irrelevant. Plato looks at his manuscript. He has created a dream of perfect order in a world of perfect mess. But he knows, with the weary wisdom of a historian, that dreams are fragile things. The ink is still wet. The city stands tall and gleaming in the imagination. But in the physical world, the shadows are already gathering at the gates. And soon, a story of the afterlife will arrive to remind us that even the best laid plans of philosophy must eventually bow to the mystery of death. As the scroll of the Republic draws to its close, the tone shifts dramatically. The dry architectural logic of the ideal city falls away. and the atmosphere becomes suddenly strange, cosmic, and cold. Plato knows that logic alone is rarely enough to make men good. We are creatures of hope and fear, and to seal his argument that justice is better than injustice, he needs to show us the ultimate stakes. He needs to pull back the curtain on death itself. He ends his masterwork not with a law, but with a ghost story. It is known as the myth of The story begins on a battlefield, amidst the carnage of rotting corpses. We are introduced to a soldier named a Pamphylian, who was slain in combat. His body is collected along with the others, but while the other corpses decay, his remains fresh. For 10 days, he lies in the silence of the dead. On the 12th day, as he is laid upon the funeral pyre and the torches are lit, he suddenly wakes up. The mourners gasp. The man who was dead sits up amidst the wood and tells them he has been sent back as a messenger. He has seen the other side. Describes a place that is not quite heaven or hell, but a vast mysterious meadow where souls gather. Here, judges sit in a spectral court. The just souls are sent upward, through an opening in the sky, carrying signs of their good deeds. The unjust are sent downward, into the earth, weeping and recounting their sufferings. It is a transit hub of the afterlife, a place of meetings and partings. It watches as souls return from their 1,000-year journeys. The sky travelers clean and bright, the earth walkers dusty and haggard. They camp in the meadow like festival goers, sharing stories. The wicked tell of terrifying punishments, of tyrants flayed and thrown onto thorns. The good tell of inconceivable beauty. But this system of reward and punishment is only the prologue. The true terror and majesty of Plato's vision lies in what happens next. The souls travel to the center of the universe, where they see the spindle of necessity. It is a colossal cosmic machine, a shaft of light stretching through heaven and earth, holding the universe together. Around it spin the worlds of the planets, and on each whirl stands a siren singing a single note. Together, they create the harmony of the spheres, the geometric music that Plato's Pythagorean friends had whispered about. Here, in the presence of the fates, Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos, the souls must do something that defines the very core of Platonism. They must choose their next life. This is the pivot point of human destiny. In most religions, your fate is decided by a god. In Plato's myth, the responsibility is terrifyingly yours. A prophet casts lots on the ground, and the souls pick them up. Each lot represents a life. One might be the life of a king, another of a swan, another of a poor beggar. But, and this is the crucial warning, the virtue is not in the lot. It is in the soul that chooses. The prophet cries out a warning that echoes through the centuries. The blame is his who chooses. God is blameless. Watches as the souls make their choices. It is a tragic comedy of errors. He sees a soul who had lived a virtuous life in a well-ordered city, but who had done so only out of habit, not because of philosophy. This soul, dazzled by the flashiness of power, greedily snatches up the life of a great tyrant. Only after he examines it does he realize it is fated to eat his own children. He weeps and blames chance, the gods, everything but himself. It is a brutal lesson. Being good out of habit isn't enough. You need wisdom to recognize that the shiny life of a tyrant is actually a nightmare. Then, sees the soul of Odysseus, the wily hero of Troy. Odysseus is tired. He has had enough of adventure, fame, and suffering. He searches through the pile of rejected lives until he finds one lying in the dust, ignored by everyone else. It is the life of a private man who minds his own business. Odysseus picks it up gladly, saying he would have chosen it even if he had the first pick. It is the ultimate validation of the quiet, philosophical life over the noisy life of glory. The hero chooses to be a nobody because he knows that in obscurity there is peace. Once the choices are made, the souls must forget. They are marched through a terrible, scorching heat to the plain of oblivion. There is no water there, save for the river Lethe, the river of forgetfulness. The parched souls are desperate to drink. Those who are not saved by wisdom drink deeply, and in doing so, they wash away every memory of who they were and what they have learned. They drift into a stupor. But those with a little wisdom drink only enough to survive, fighting to keep a tiny spark of memory alive. This is why Plato describes learning as recollection and amnesis. When we learn a truth in this world, we are not discovering something new. We are remembering a drop of the water we didn't drink. In the middle of the night, as the souls sleep, there is a sudden clap of thunder and an earthquake. A watches as the souls are shot up like shooting stars into their new births, scattering across the cosmos to become the babies of tomorrow. Himself is forbidden to drink. He wakes up on the pyre, the smoke already curling around him, carrying the memory of the whole cycle. This myth serves a specific, comforting purpose. It solves the problem of injustice. Plato looked around Athens and saw good men suffering, like Socrates, and bad men prospering. It maddened him. The myth of says, wait, the timeline is longer than you think. The tyrant who seems happy now will pay for it for 1,000 years. The just man who dies poor is merely finishing a difficult shift before a millennium of vacation. Reality is not just the 70 years you breathe. Reality is the eternal journey of the soul. Scholars have long argued about whether Plato literally believed this. Was he a mystic hiding inside a logician? Or was this a noble lie, a bedtime story to keep us behaving well? The text suggests he believed the core of it, the immortality of the soul, even if the details of the spindle and the sirens were poetic embellishments. He needed the soul to be immortal, because if death is the end, then Socrates is just dead. But if the soul continues, then Socrates is somewhere else, arguing with the gods, and the conversation continues. The myth changes the way we look at the world. It suggests that our current life is just one costume we have chosen from a pile. The beggar on the street might be a soul resting between kingships. The king might be a fool about to suffer. It creates a sense of detachment, a way to float above the tragedy of the moment. It is the ultimate application of the God's eye view that philosophy tries to cultivate. As voice fades in the text, Plato offers a final benediction to his listeners and to us. He tells us that if we believe this story, we shall pass across the river of forgetfulness and not defile our souls. He urges us to hold fast to the upward path, practicing justice with wisdom in every way we can. The Republic ends not with a QED, but with a wish that we might fare well, both in this life and in the 1,000-year journey to come. The scroll is finished. The ink is dry. Plato rolls it up and sets it aside. He has built his city of words. He has mapped the soul. He has peered over the edge of death. But now, a real ship is waiting in the harbor. A letter has arrived from Sicily. The tyrant of Syracuse is asking for a tutor. The philosopher who just wrote about the dangers of tyranny is about to be invited into the lion's den. The theory is done. The experiment is about to begin. And as Plato looks at the invitation, he cannot know that he is about to trade the safety of the academy for the chains of a slave. The shooting stars of the myth are gone. The hard, cold stars of the Mediterranean night are guiding him toward his greatest failure. The ink of the Republic was barely dry when the world offered Plato a chance to test it. It is one of history's darkest jokes that the man who wrote the manual on how to build a perfect city was immediately invited to the most imperfect city on earth. The year is roughly 387 BC. The destination is Syracuse, the glittering, violent superpower of Sicily, and the man waiting for him is Dionysius the Thun, a tyrant so absolute, so paranoid, and so terrifying that he makes the corrupt politicians of Athens look like naughty schoolboys. Why did he go? Why did the philosopher who claimed to distrust the physical world leave the safety of his olive grove to sail into the den of a wolf? It was not for money. Plato was wealthy enough. It was for the temptation of the possible. In his book, he had written that the world would only be saved when a philosopher became a king. Now, a voice from the west was whispering, "Come and try." But the voice did not belong to the tyrant himself. It belonged to Dion. Dion was the tyrant's brother-in-law, a young man of striking beauty, severe intellect, and intense moral seriousness. He had heard of Plato's teachings and had been struck by them as if by a physical blow. He saw in Plato the spiritual father he never had, and in Syracuse the raw material for the ideal state. Dion believed that his brother-in-law, the tyrant, could be cured. He believed that if Dionysius just heard the truth, the tyranny would dissolve into justice. It was a naive hope, born of love, but it was infectious. Plato, perhaps flattered, perhaps feeling a duty to his own words, boarded the ship. The arrival in Syracuse is a sensory assault. Athens was a city of stone and conversation. Syracuse is a city of gold and gluttony. It is the New York of the ancient Mediterranean, loud, fast, incredibly rich, and dangerously volatile. The court of Dionysius is a spectacle of excess. The tables groan under mountains of roasted meats and Sicilian wines. The guests are draped in Tyrian purple. But underneath the luxury, there is the metallic taste of fear. Dionysius the Fount is a fascinating monster. He is a self-made warlord who rose from being a clerk to the master of Sicily. He is brilliant, cultured. He writes bad poetry that he forces his court to applaud, and deeply neurotic. Legend says he trusts no one, not even his family. He has a moat dug around his bedroom. He refuses to let a barber shave him with a razor, forcing his daughters to singe his beard off with glowing walnut shells because he fears a blade at his throat. This is the man Plato intends to teach virtue. The collision of these two worlds, the uncompromising philosopher and the absolute dictator, is instantaneous. Plato is brought before the throne. He does not flatter. He does not bow. He speaks to Dionysius as he spoke to the students in the academy. He talks about the nature of the good. He argues that a tyrant, despite his power, is actually the most miserable of men because he lives in constant fear and lacks friendship. He tells the most powerful man in the West that he is a slave to his own appetites. The court freezes. The sycophants, used to praising the tyrant's every sneeze, stop breathing. They wait for the execution order. But Dionysius is intrigued. He is a predator, and he recognizes a different kind of strength. For a while, he listens. There are debates in the palace gardens, long walks where the philosopher king idea is batted back and forth. Dion watches with shining eyes, thinking the miracle is happening. He thinks the wolf is turning into a sheepdog. But Plato is observing reality too closely to be fooled for long. He sees the spies in the hallways. He sees the sword of Damocles, a legend associated with this very court, hanging by a single horsehair over the throne. He realizes that Dionysius doesn't want wisdom. He wants the reputation of wisdom. He wants to collect Plato like a rare vase to show off to his visitors. The tyrant is not interested in changing his soul. He is interested in decorating his cage. The tension begins to curdle. Dionysius grows weary of being told he is morally inferior. The novelty of the truth-teller wears off, replaced by the irritation of a boss being corrected by an employee. The debates become sharper. The tyrant's poetry is criticized, a dangerous move, for a bad poet with an army is a lethal thing. One day, during an argument, Dionysius snaps. "You talk like an old fool," he snarls. Plato, unflinching, replies, "And you talk like a tyrant." It is the breaking point. The experiment is over. The republic cannot be built in Syracuse because the foundation is rotten. Plato realizes he has walked into a trap. He is not a teacher here. He is a prisoner in a gilded palace. He asks to leave. Dionysius smiles, a smile that does not reach his eyes, and agrees. He arranges passage for the philosopher on a Spartan ship commanded by an admiral named Polus. He whispers a quiet instruction to the captain, a final gift for his troublesome guest, as Plato packs his scrolls, preparing to flee the island of fire. He must feel a crushing sense of failure. He has not saved the city. He has only endangered Dion, who remains behind in the shark tank. The philosopher walks down to the harbor, the salt air stinging his face, believing he is heading home to the quiet of the academy. He does not know that the ship is not taking him to Athens. He does not know that the divine providence he wrote about is about to test him with the ultimate humiliation. The sun sets over the harbor of Syracuse, blood-red and ominous, marking the end of the dream and the beginning of the nightmare. The ship cuts through the dark water, its prow painting a white scar on the Aegean. Plato stands on the deck, wrapped in his cloak, watching the stars wheel overhead. He recognizes the constellations, the bear, the hunter, and calculates the course. A cold knot forms in his stomach. They are not heading northeast toward Piraeus. They are heading west, toward the rocky silhouette of Aegina. To a modern traveler, this is just another island. To an Athenian in 387 BC, it is a death sentence. Aegina and Athens are locked in a brutal war. The Aeginetans have passed a decree. Any Athenian caught on their soil is to be executed or sold into slavery. Plato realizes, with the sinking clarity of a geometric proof, that the tyrant's gift of passage was a calculated murder. Polus, the Spartan admiral commanding the ship, is not his host. He is his jailer. As the keel grinds onto the shingle of the enemy beach, the philosopher is seized. There is no trial, no debate, no Socratic inquiry. He is stripped of his status, his name, and his rights. The broad shoulders that once wrestled in the gymnasium are now bound with rough hemp. He is dragged to the slave market. This is the nadir of his existence. The man who wrote that the soul is the only true reality is now reduced entirely to meat. He is a commodity, an object to be poked, prodded, and priced. He stands on the auction block, the sun beating down on his grey head. The market is noisy, filled with the sharp, guttural dialect of the Dorians. Bidders shout numbers, haggling over him as if he were a mule. Strong back, one might say. Old eyes, another complains. It is a grotesque parody of his own philosophy. He had taught that the physical world is a shadow, and now the physical world is claiming total dominion over him. He says nothing. He does not plead. He does not cry out, "I am Plato." To do so would be to appeal to a world he despises. He stands with the silent, terrifying dignity of a statue, looking past the crowd, past the auctioneer, staring at the horizon. He is practicing what he preached, the withdrawal of the soul from the indignity of the circumstance. He is a king in chains, proving that freedom is an internal state. Legend, which always rushes in to rescue the great from the unbearable, tells us that the gods intervened. In the crowd, moving among the haggling merchants, is a man named Anacharsis of Cyrene. He is a chariot racer, a man of speed and wealth, who happens to be an Aegina for the games or business. He looks up at the block. He does not see a slave. He recognizes the brow, the intense, unwavering gaze of the man he had perhaps met in Cyrene or heard of in the great intellectual circles. He is shocked. The greatest mind in Greece is being sold for the price of a few goats. Anacharsis steps forward. He does not haggle. He pays the price, 20 minae, some say 30, and buys the lot. He orders the ropes cut. Plato rubs his wrists, the blood returning to his hands. He looks at Anacharsis. There is no weeping gratitude, just a quiet nod of acknowledgement between two men who understand the value of things versus the price of things. The transaction is complete. The philosopher is free. But the experience marks him indelibly. He has seen the abyss. He has seen how quickly the civilized world can strip a man of his humanity. When he returns to Athens, his friends, Dion perhaps, or others who heard the news, rush to reimburse Anacharsis. They offer him the 20 minae. Anacharsis, with a gesture of magnificent generosity, refuses. "You are not the only ones who have a right to love Plato," he says. This refusal becomes part of the Academy's foundation myth. Since the money was not needed for the ransom, legend says it was used to purchase the garden or to build a wall around the school. The price of Plato's slavery became the endowment of his freedom. He walks back into the olive grove, but he walks differently now. He has touched the bottom. He knows that the philosopher king is not just a political theory. It is a necessity for survival. Without wisdom, power becomes Polus the Spartan, or Dionysius the tyrant, forces that turn men into merchandise. The return to the Academy is a return to sanity, but the silence of the grove now feels more fragile. Plato looks at his students, the young, eager aristocrats who have never known hunger or chains, and he feels a surge of urgency. They think philosophy is a game of words. He knows it is armor. He begins to teach with a darker, more pragmatic edge. He writes the Meno, asking if virtue can be taught. He writes the Gorgias, attacking the rhetoricians who use words to enslave minds, just as the Spartans used ropes to enslave bodies. He is no longer just speculating. He is fighting a war against the chaos of the world. And then, as the years of the Middle Period settle into a rhythm of teaching and writing, a new figure appears at the edge of the garden. It is 367 BC. Plato is 60 years old, the established master of Western thought. The new arrival is a young man, barely 17, sent from the wild north, from the court of Macedon. He is dressed not in the simple tunic of an Athenian, but in the slightly more flamboyant style of the colonies. He has small eyes, a lisp, and a mind that vibrates with a restless, terrifying energy. He does not come to worship. He comes to devour. He walks into the academy not as a disciple, but as a challenger. He looks at the trees and sees biology. He looks at the stars and sees physics. He is the grounding wire to Plato's lightning. His name is Aristotle. The meeting of these two is the continental collision of the mind. The reader, as Plato will come to call him, sits in the back of the lecture hall. He listens to the theory of forms, to the talk of the invisible world, and he frowns. He picks up a rock. He feels its weight. He looks at the master and thinks, why do we need a form of the rock? The rock is right here. The stage is set for the greatest intellectual friendship and the greatest intellectual duel in human history. The mystic has met the scientist. The man who points up has met the man who points down, and in the quiet shade of the olive trees, the future of how we think about everything is about to be decided. The young man who walks into the olive grove is not what the others expect. The students of the academy tend to be copies of the master, solemn, ascetic, dressed in simple wool, speaking in the hushed tones of the initiated. But Aristotle of Stagira is different. He arrives in 367 BC, 17 years old, wearing rings on his fingers and his hair cut fashionably short. He speaks with a lisp, but his voice carries a terrifying confidence. He is not here to simply absorb. He is here to inspect. He comes from the north, from the wild frontier of Macedonia, and he brings with him the smell of the pharmacy and the surgery. His father, Nicomachus, was the court physician to the king of Macedon. This detail is the key that unlocks his entire mind. Plato is the descendant of lawgivers and poets. Aristotle is the son of a doctor. This difference in lineage is a difference in gravity. A poet looks at a tree and imagines a nymph. A doctor looks at a tree and sees bark, sap, and root structures. Aristotle has been raised in a world of symptoms and cures, of physical bodies that bleed and heal. He does not fear the physical world like Plato does. He does not see it as a tomb or a shadow. He sees it as a specimen. He quickly earns a reputation. While the other students are content to listen to Plato lecture on the one and the dyad, Aristotle is often found alone in the garden, staring at the ground. He is looking at beetles. He is watching how a spider spins its web. To the strict Platonists, this is almost vulgar. Why study a bug when you could be studying the eternal soul? But Aristotle argues that there is wonder in the smallest things. In all things of nature, there is something of the marvelous, he will later write. He is the first man in history to look at a cuttlefish and think it is as worthy of philosophy as a star. Plato watches this prodigy with a mixture of awe and unease. He calls Aristotle the reader, a nickname that implies both respect and a slight distance. In an age where learning was oral, where wisdom was spoken, Aristotle is obsessed with scrolls. He collects them. He hoards knowledge. He is the first encyclopedia in human form. Plato also calls him the mind, nous, of the school. But he reportedly jokes, Aristotle kicks me as a foal kicks its mother. It is a gentle observation of a hard truth. The student is growing too big for the teacher's house. The clash is not a brawl. It is a friction of perspectives. Imagine a seminar in the cool stone hall of the Mausion. Plato is drawing a circle. He is explaining that this circle is just a copy of the perfect form of circularity that exists in heaven. The students nod, their eyes turned upward. Aristotle raises his hand. He doesn't look up. He points at the drawing. Master, he might say, why must the form be in heaven? Why can't the circularity just be in the circle? Why do we need two worlds when one explains it perfectly well? It is the question of a scientist. Aristotle wants to know how things work, not just what they mean. He wants to categorize. He classifies animals, governments, parts of speech, types of logic. Plato wants to merge everything into the one. Aristotle wants to split everything into species and genus. Plato is the synthesizer. Aristotle is the analyzer. Plato is the explosion of light. Aristotle is the prism that breaks it into colors. Yet, for 20 years, they stay together. This is one of the most touching facts of ancient history. Despite their fundamental disagreement on the nature of reality, Aristotle does not leave. He remains at the academy until Plato's death. This suggests a deep, abiding love beneath the intellectual sparring. Plato allows Aristotle to teach rhetoric, to run his own research projects, to disagree openly. It is the ultimate proof of the academy's freedom. It is not a cult where everyone must agree with the leader. It is a family where the children are allowed to grow up. Historians often debate the ingratitude of Aristotle. Did he betray Plato by later rejecting the theory of forms? Or was his rejection the ultimate tribute? As Aristotle famously said, Plato is dear to me, but truth is dearer still. This is exactly what Plato taught him to say. Plato taught him to value truth above all else, even above Plato. By dismantling his master's theory, Aristotle was being the perfect Platonist. But there is a loneliness to the star pupil. He is a foreigner in Athens, a metic. He cannot own property. He cannot vote. He is always the outsider, the brilliant northerner with the lisp and the strange obsession with marine biology. He builds his own circle within the school, a group of researchers who share his hunger for facts. They are the men of the earth in a school of men of the sky. As the years pass, the dynamic shifts. Plato is growing old. His mind is turning toward the mystical mathematics of the Pythagoreans, becoming more abstract, more distant. Aristotle is reaching his prime, his hunger for the concrete world growing sharper. They are two planets moving in different orbits, destined to pull apart. But for now, they share the same garden. The old man points to the sun, and the young man points to the flower that grows in its light. And in the tension between those two pointing fingers, the entire history of Western science and philosophy is suspended, waiting to snap. If you were to walk through the Vatican Museum today, you would see a fresco by Raphael called The School of Athens. In the center of the painting, surrounded by a chaotic crowd of thinkers, stand two men. One is old, barefoot, looking like a biblical prophet, raising a single finger toward the sky. The other is young, handsome, well-dressed, holding his hand flat, palm down towards the earth. This image is the perfect visual shorthand for the 20-year conversation that took place under the plane trees of the academy. The duel of perspectives between Plato and Aristotle is not a fistfight. It is a fundamental disagreement about where to look for the truth. Plato, the man pointing up, believes that the truth is above us, in the realm of the forms. Aristotle, the man pointing down, believes that the truth is around us, in the substances of the world. Imagine them walking together on a crisp autumn afternoon. The leaves of the plane trees are turning brown and brittle, crunching under their sandals. Plato stops and picks up a fallen leaf. He holds it up to the light. It is veined, spotted with decay, and imperfect. "Look at this," Plato might say, his voice raspy with age. "It is dying. It is changing. If you study this leaf, Aristotle, you are studying a corpse. You are studying a shadow. The true leaf, the form that gives this object its nature, is eternal and invisible. Why do you waste your time cataloging the debris of the physical world?" Aristotle, respectful but unyielding, would take the leaf from his master's hand. He would not look through it. He would look at it. He would feel the texture, smell the decomposition, perhaps note the specific pattern of the veins that marks it as a plain leaf and not an olive leaf. "Master," he would reply, his lisp softening the sharp edges of his logic, "I do not see debris. I see the form at work inside the matter. The leafness isn't floating in the heavens. It is right here, organizing the sap and the structure. If we ignore the physical world, we ignore the only reality we can actually touch. We cannot know the form without the specimen." This is the crux of the battle. It is the battle between transcendence and immanence. Plato wants to escape the world to understand it. Aristotle wants to dissect the world to understand it. Aristotle begins to formulate devastating arguments against his teacher's theory. The most famous of these is the third man argument. It goes like this. Plato says that a human man is a man because he resembles the form of man. Okay, but then there must be a likeness between the human man and the form of man. To explain that likeness, you need a third form. And to explain the likeness between the third form and the others, you need a fourth. It is an infinite regress, a hall of mirrors that multiplies the forms endlessly without ever explaining anything. Aristotle whispers this to the other students. The forms are just empty words. They are poetic metaphors, not logical causes. To Plato, this must have been infuriating. Here was his brightest student, the mind of the school, using the very logic Plato taught him to dismantle Plato's life work. It is a classic generational conflict. The father builds a house, the son complains about the foundation, and yet the affection remains. We must be careful not to paint this as a hostile takeover. It is more like a sorrowful divergence. Plato is becoming more mystical, more Pythagorean. He is obsessed with the idea that the universe is made of numbers. He spends his lectures generating complex mathematical cosmologies. Aristotle, meanwhile, is becoming the first true biologist. While Plato is calculating the soul of the world, Aristotle is cutting open sea urchins in the lagoon to see how they eat. There is a story, perhaps apocryphal but telling, that Plato was once reading his dialogue, Phaedo aloud, the moving account of Socrates' death, and the immortality of the soul. One by one, the audience grew bored or confused and walked away. By the end, the room was empty, except for one man, Aristotle. He stayed. He disagreed with the premise. He did not believe the soul could exist without the body. But he honored the teacher. He sat until the last word was spoken. This tool is actually the engine of Western thought. For the next 2,000 years, history will swing back and forth between these two men. In the Middle Ages, the Church will love Plato for his spiritualism. In the Renaissance and the Enlightenment, science will love Aristotle for his empiricism. We are all, as the poet Coleridge would later say, born either a Platonist or an Aristotelian. We either feel that the real world is somewhere else, Plato, or we feel that this is it, Aristotle. In the quiet of the academy, watching the shadows lengthen, these two archetypes are living together, sharing meals, sharing jokes, and sharing the profound loneliness of being the only two men in Athens who truly understand the stakes. But Plato is tired. The endless debates, the administration of the school, the weight of being the storehouse of wisdom. It is a heavy burden, and the ghost of Syracuse still haunts him. He had failed to turn Dionysius the First into a philosopher king. The tyrant had died in 367 BC, the same year Aristotle arrived, reportedly from celebrating too hard after winning a tragedy contest. Now, a new letter arrives from Sicily. The old tyrant is dead. His son, Dionysius II, is on the throne. He is young, impressionable, and weak. Dion, Plato's beloved friend, writes with desperate hope, "Now is the time. The sun can be molded. Come back, Plato, come back and finish the work." It is the siren song of the political. In the academy, Plato is a king of words, but in Syracuse, he has a chance to be a maker of kings. Aristotle, the realist, likely advises him to stay. The boy is a tyrant, he might warn. Biology dictates that a wolf cub grows into a wolf. But Plato, the idealist, believes in the triumph of nurture over nature. He believes that education can cure the soul. He looks at the reader one last time, perhaps handing him the keys to the library, and makes the fateful decision to leave the garden. He is going to try to prove Aristotle wrong. He is going to prove that the idea can reshape the matter. He packs his bags for the third and final voyage to the island of fire, unaware that he is walking into a tragedy that no logic can solve. The debate in the garden is paused. The duel of perspectives is suspended. The philosopher is trading the safety of the lecture hall for the danger of the throne room, and reality is waiting to crush him. The year is 361 BC, and the Mediterranean is a blue expanse of treachery. A ship labors through the swells, carrying a man who has no business being at sea. Plato is nearly 67 years old. His joints ache in the damp salt air. His eyes, though still sharp, tire more easily in the glare of the sun. He should be sitting on his stone bench in the academy, listening to the cicadas and the arguments of Aristotle. Instead, he is clutching the rail of a trireme, heading back to the scene of his greatest humiliation. Why? It is the question that surely plagued him during the long, sleepless nights of the voyage. The answer is not ambition, but friendship. Dion, his beloved student and political hope, is in exile, banished by the young tyrant Dionysius II. The young ruler has sent word that if Plato returns, Dion might be recalled. It is a hostage situation disguised as a job offer. The philosopher is trading his own body to save his friend's career. It is a profound act of loyalty, proving that for all his talk of abstract forms, Plato's heart is deeply tethered to the specific, messy human beings he loves. When the ship docks in the great harbor of Syracuse, the reception is overwhelming. The young tyrant, Dionysius II, does not throw him in chains. He throws him a parade. A royal chariot waits at the quay. The streets are lined with citizens cheering for the famous Athenian sage. It is a seductive welcome. Dionysius II is not his father. He is not a hardened warlord with a moat around his bed. He is young, insecure, and desperate for validation. He wants to be seen as a philosopher king. He wants the prestige of having Plato as his ornament. For a brief, shimmering moment, it seems that the miracle might actually happen. the republic might be built. The atmosphere of the palace changes overnight. The feasting halls, once echoing with the sounds of drunken revelry and bad poetry, fall silent. The flute girls are dismissed. The expensive furniture is pushed aside. In a detail that feels almost magical, Plutarch tells us that the floors of the tyranny are covered in sand. Why? To draw triangles. The palace of the most powerful military state in the West is transformed into a gigantic geometry classroom. Imagine the scene: courtiers in silk robes, awkwardly kneeling in the dust, trying to understand the Pythagorean theorem because the boss is doing it. It is a fad, a fashion statement of the intellect. The tyrant himself is enthusiastic, sitting at Plato's feet, drawing lines, asking about the nature of the good. The court is seized by a philosophy fever. It looks like a revolution of the mind. But Plato, the old observer of shadows, notices the cracks in the facade. Dionysius II is smart, but his soul is sunburnt, as Plato might say, damaged by a lifetime of flattery and absolute power. He doesn't want the discipline of philosophy. He wants the secrets. He wants the shortcut to wisdom. He treats Plato not like a doctor who must perform painful surgery on his character, but like a magician who can teach him a few tricks to impress his friends. The young king is also deeply, pathologically possessive. He is jealous of Dion. He asks Plato constantly, "Do you love Dion more than me?" It is the petulance of a child who wants to be the favorite. The political sharks of Syracuse, the faction led by the historian Philistus, are circling. They whisper to the young tyrant that Plato is not a teacher, but an Athenian spy. They claim he is trying to soften the tyranny with geometry so that Dion can swoop in and take over. He makes you study circles so your enemies can draw a noose around you. They might hiss. The paranoia, the hereditary disease of dictators, begins to flare up. Dionysius II stops drawing triangles and starts looking at shadows again. The crisis comes quietly. There is no public execution, no dramatic arrest, just a slow tightening of the net. Plato asks to leave, citing his age and the stalled progress. Dionysius II refuses. "Stay a little longer," he urges. "The season is bad for sailing." Then, "Stay for the festival." Then simply, "No." The pretense of the honored guest begins to dissolve. Plato is moved from the royal apartments to the garden house. A beautiful location, but one surrounded by mercenaries. He is a bird in a golden cage. The mercenaries, rough men who despise this Athenian intellectual who stopped their wine parties, mutter threats. They tap their spear shafts against the ground when he walks by. The threat of violence hangs in the heavy, scented air of the palace gardens. This is a specific, agonizing kind of torture for Plato. He is trapped in a conversation with a man who refuses to listen, but won't let him stop talking. He is forced to act out a parody of the master-student relationship. He writes in his 7th letter, our primary source for this nightmare, that he felt like a man trying to kindle a fire in damp wood. All smoke, no heat. The young tyrant claims he knows the doctrines already. He even threatens to write his own book on philosophy, claiming the ideas as his own. To Plato, who believes that wisdom requires decades of soul-scrubbing effort, this arrogance is more offensive than the threats of death. It is the theft of truth. The winter sets in, the sea becomes impassable. Plato is stuck on the island. He spends his days walking the perimeter of his confinement, looking out at the grey waves, wondering if he will die here, buried in foreign soil, a failed experiment. He thinks of the academy, of the quiet olive grove, of Aristotle's sharp questions. It must seem like a paradise lost. He realizes, with a crushing finality, that the philosopher king is a dream that cannot be forced. You cannot graft the head of a sage onto the body of a beast. The beast will simply use the wisdom to bite more effectively. Yet, even in this trap, Plato maintains his dignity. He mediates between the factions. He protects the few friends he has left. He continues to teach, even if his student is unworthy. There is a stoic grandeur to this old man standing in the lion's den, refusing to scream. He waits. He knows that reality is a wheel, and even the power of a tyrant must eventually turn. He waits for a ship, for a shift in the wind, for the whim of the boy king to change. And finally, intervention comes, not from a god, but from a Pythagorean. Archytas of Tarentum, his old friend from Italy, hears of his plight. He sends a ship, but more importantly, he sends a diplomatic note, essentially threatening war if the greatest of the Greeks is not released. The tyrant, fearful of the powerful Italian city-state, relents. As Plato walks up the gangplank of the rescue ship, he does not look back at the palace of geometry. He leaves the sand on the floor, the triangles trampled by the boots of soldiers. He is done with politics. He is done with kings. He is heading home to the only kingdom that matters, the kingdom of the mind. But he leaves a piece of his heart in Syracuse, for Dion is still in exile, and the tragedy is not yet over. The old man wraps his cloak tight against the wind. He has escaped the cave for the second time, but the light of the sun feels colder now. He is returning to Athens, not as a savior, but as a survivor, carrying the heavy knowledge that some shadows are too deep to be dispelled by reason. The olive grove of the academy is quiet, but it is the quiet of a house after a funeral. Plato is back in Athens, safe within the limestone walls of his garden, but his spirit is still held hostage across the sea. It is 357 BC. The old philosopher, now 70 years old, spends his days in the library, his hands trembling slightly as he unrolls the scrolls of news arriving from the West. The news is not good. The experiment in Syracuse has not just failed. It has metastasized into a tragedy of Shakespearean proportions. Dion, the golden hope of the academy, the man Plato loved as the living embodiment of the philosopher king, has decided that words are no longer enough. He has picked up the sword, driven to desperation by the tyrant's cruelty. His property confiscated, his wife forced to marry another man. Dion has done the unthinkable. He has hired an army of mercenaries. He has gathered a small fleet on the Greek island of Zakynthos. Among his officers are men who sat in the academy, men who had debated the nature of justice under the plane trees. Now they are strapping on bronze greaves and sharpening iron. They are launching an invasion to force virtue upon a city by the point of a spear. Plato watches from afar, helpless. He had taught them that it is better to suffer evil than to do it. But Dion has decided to do evil to end it. The reports that reach Athens are at first miraculously triumphant. Dion lands in Sicily. The people rise up to greet him as a liberator. He marches into Syracuse, his white cloak shining in the sun. And the tyrant Dionysius II is besieged in his fortress. For a moment, it seems that the armed philosopher has won. But then the reality of the cave asserts itself. The people of Syracuse do not want a philosopher king. They want a democracy. They want to vote, to shout, to divide the spoils. Dion, stiffened by years of Platonic discipline, looks at the mob with disdain. He refuses to demolish the tyrant's fortress. He refuses to redistribute the land. He tries to impose the austere, rigid order of the academy on a city addicted to chaos. He stops being a liberator and starts looking like a strict schoolmaster with an army. The mood in Syracuse turns sour. The people begin to chant that they have traded a drunken tyrant for a sober one. And then comes the blow that breaks Plato's heart. The conspiracy to kill Dion is not hatched by the old tyrant's loyalists. It is hatched by Callippus, an Athenian, a fellow student of the academy, a man who had traveled with Dion, eaten with him, and prayed with him. Callippus plays the role of the perfect friend, winning Dion's trust while whispering poison to the soldiers. He uses his intellect, the very intellect sharpened by Plato's dialectic, to orchestrate a coup. The assassination happens on a feast day. The details are grim. Callippus's men, Zacinthian mercenaries, burst into Dion's room. They are unarmed to avoid suspicion, so they wrestle the philosopher general to the ground. They struggle to kill him. Finally, someone passes a dagger through the window. The blade finds its mark. Dion, the man who was supposed to save the world, bleeds to death on the floor of his own home, murdered by his own brother-in-arms. When the news reaches Athens, it must have felt like the death of Socrates all over again. But worse, Socrates was killed by the enemy, the ignorant mob. Dion was killed by the friend, the educated elite. The snake was not in the cave. The snake was in the garden. This confirms Plato's deepest, darkest fear, that even the best education cannot guarantee a good soul. You can teach a man geometry, you can teach him ethics, you can show him the form of the good, and he can still choose to be a murderer. The intellect is a tool, and like any tool, it can be used to build a temple or dig a grave. This period births the seventh letter, a document of searing pain and self-justification. Historians still argue over its authenticity. Is it truly Plato's voice, or a forgery by a later follower? But the emotional resonance is so pitch-perfect, so raw, that it is hard to deny. In it, Plato defends his involvement in Sicily. He insists he was not a meddler, but a man trying to be faithful to his philosophy. I fear to see myself at last, altogether nothing but words, he writes. He admits his failure. He warns the friends of Dion not to seek revenge, but to seek law. Let there be an end to the bad cycle, he pleads. But no one listens. Syracuse dissolves into anarchy, a bloodbath of shifting tyrants that will last for decades. The psychological impact on the academy is profound. The Garden of Defeat is not just a metaphor. It is the atmosphere of the school. The students walk quietly. The grandiose talk of saving cities dies down. Plato withdraws. He realizes that the ideal city of the Republic is truly a city in speech only. It is too fragile for the physical world. If you try to build it with bricks, it collapses. If you try to build it with swords, it becomes a tyranny. He turns his eyes away from the horizon of politics. He stops looking west towards Sicily. He looks down at his desk. If he cannot legislate for a real city, he will legislate for a hypothetical one. He begins to work on his final, longest, and strangest book, The Laws. It is a retreat from the idealism of the Republic. In the Republic, he relied on the virtue of the philosopher king. In the Laws, he admits that such men are too rare to rely on. Men are not gods, he seems to sigh. So instead of virtue, he proposes rules, thousands of rules. rules for marriage, for drinking wine, for farming, for religious festivals. It is the work of an old man who has lost faith in human nature and puts his trust in rigid structure. It is less poetic, less inspiring, but more safe. In the evenings, the old scholar sits under his favorite tree. The sun sets, casting long, melancholy shadows across the grass. He thinks of Dion's white cloak stained red. He thinks of the third man argument that Aristotle is whispering in the corner. He thinks of the failure of reality to live up to the dream. The sadness of Plato is not the sadness of a man who lost a bet. It is the sadness of a man who realizes that the game itself is rigged. The world of becoming, the world of birth, decay, politics, and flesh is a meat grinder. It chews up the just and spits out the dead. And yet, he does not close the school. He does not send the students home. He stays, he teaches, he writes. Because what else is there to do? If the world is a cave of shadows, the only honorable thing to do is to keep tending the fire. Even if no one wants to look at it, he retreats into the second sailing, a nautical term for rowing when the wind has failed. The wind of inspiration, the wind of political hope, has died. Now there is only the hard, rhythmic work of the oars. The logic must continue. The inquiry must go on. The garden is defeated, but it is not destroyed. And in the twilight of his life, Plato turns to a new story, a myth of a lost civilization that sank beneath the waves, a story that will become his most famous warning about the hubris of empire. He dips his pen into the ink, and the city of Atlantis begins to rise from the depths of his grief. The sun is setting on the life of the philosopher, and as the shadows lengthen, his mind turns to the twilight of nations. In the quiet chaos of his study, surrounded by the unfinished manuscripts of his final years, Plato begins to draft a story that will outlive almost all his other work. It is a story that has captured the imagination of dreamers, occultists, and explorers for 2,000 years. But for Plato, it is not a fantasy. It is a funeral oration for the human ego. He dips his stylus into the ink and writes the name Atlantis. The story appears in the Timaeus and the Critias, two dialogues written when Plato was in his late 70s. The narrator is Critias, who claims to be retelling a tale handed down from his grandfather, who heard it from the great lawgiver Solon, who heard it from the priests of Egypt. It is a lineage of whispers stretching back 9,000 years. The priests had told Solon, "There was once an island situated in front of the straits, which you call the Pillars of Hercules. The island was larger than Libya and Asia put together." Plato paints the picture of this lost civilization with a lavish, almost suspicious amount of detail. Atlantis was a technological and architectural marvel. It was a city of concentric rings, alternating circles of land and water, connected by massive canals and bridges. It was a place of staggering wealth. The walls were plated with brass, tin, and a mysterious red metal called orichalcum, which glittered like fire. The temple of Poseidon in the center was barbaric in its opulence, covered in silver and gold, with a roof made of solid ivory. There were hot and cold fountains, race courses for horses, and wild elephants roaming the mountains. It was a paradise of the appetite. It was everything Syracuse tried to be, everything imperial Athens wanted to be. It was the ultimate city of man. But against this glittering superpower, Plato sets a rival, ancient Athens. In his myth, Athens was not the chaotic democracy of his youth, but a prehistoric version of his ideal republic. It was a city of modest farmers and warrior guardians, living in simplicity, ignoring gold, and cultivating virtue. The conflict then is not just a war between nations, it is the final showdown between Plato's two warring concepts of reality. It is matter, Atlantis, versus mind, Athens. It is luxury versus virtue. The story tells us that for many generations, the Atlanteans were good. They obeyed the laws and carried a divine portion of god blood in their veins. They were gentle and wise, valuing friendship over money. But slowly, over centuries, the divine blood was diluted by the human. The mortal element began to take over. And here, Plato gives us his most chilling diagnosis of political decay. The Atlanteans did not fail because they became weak. They failed because they became too successful. They became drunk with luxury. They looked at their gold walls and their vast fleet and thought they were gods. They lost the eye of the soul. They appeared glorious and blessed to those who could not see the truth, Plato writes. But in reality, they were filled with unrighteous avarice and power. Driven by this hubris, they launched an unprovoked war of conquest against the people of the Mediterranean. They wanted to enslave the world, and the only power that stood against them was the small, poor, virtuous city of Athens. It is a terrifying mirror. Scholarly debate has raged for centuries. Was Atlantis a real place? Did Plato know of the Minoan eruption on Thera, or was it purely a fiction? Most historians agree that Atlantis is a noble lie reversed, a noble cautionary tale. Plato is holding up a mirror to his own city. The Atlantis he describes, a naval superpower obsessed with trade, imperialistic, arrogant, sounds suspiciously like the Athens of the 5th century, the Athens of Pericles that plunged the world into the Peloponnesian War. Plato is warning his students, we are Atlantis. We are the ones who fell in love with orichalcum and forgot justice. The end of the story is the most dramatic moment in Plato's entire corpus, precisely because it is missing. In the Critias, the narrative builds to a cosmic climax. Zeus, the king of the gods, sees this once noble race sinking into wickedness. He decides to punish them, to chasten them so they might learn moderation. He summons all the gods to his most honorable habitation in the center of the universe. The Olympians gather. The tension is unbearable. Zeus stands up to deliver the judgment that will sink the continent and drown millions. Plato writes, and when he had called them together, he spoke as follows. And then silence. The dialogue ends mid-sentence. The manuscript cuts off. We do not know what Zeus said. We do not know if Plato died before he could finish it, or if he abandoned it because the warning felt futile, or if the silence itself was the point. The voice of God is left blank. The island sinks into the white noise of the unfinished page. There is a profound melancholy in this hanging silence. It feels like the old philosopher simply put down his pen, too tired to describe the destruction one more time. He had seen the Atlantis of Syracuse collapse into civil war. He had seen the ancient Athens of Socrates executed. He knew how the story ended. Why write the speech? The outcome is always the same. When a society falls in love with the shadow of power rather than the light of truth, the water rises. The myth of Atlantis is often read as an adventure story, but in the context of Plato's life, it is a tragedy. It is the acknowledgement that the perfect state, the ancient Athens of the myth, only exists in the past, or in the sky. On Earth, gravity wins. The gold of Atlantis drags it down to the bottom of the sea. As the unfinished scroll sits on his desk, Plato looks out the window of his garden house. The sun has set. The night air is cooling the heat of the day. The lost city is not out there in the ocean. It is right here, all around him. Every city that trades virtue for profit is Atlantis, waiting for the earthquake. The warning has been given. The god has summoned the council, but the verdict is not spoken by Zeus. It is spoken by history. And history, Plato knows, rarely forgives. The unfinished manuscript of Atlantis is rolled up and put away, a fragment of a warning that was never fully spoken. In its place, on the desk of the octogenarian philosopher, grows a new stack of papyrus, rising day by day like a defensive wall. This is the laws. If the Republic was the dream of a young lover, passionate and radical, the laws is the will of a dying grandfather, detailed, anxious, and deeply pragmatic. We are entering the final phase of Plato's life, the sunset years, where the blinding light of the forms softens into the grey, steady illumination of the written statute. He is 80 years old now. His hands are spotted with age, his back, perhaps, stooped from decades of bending over desks, but his mind is churning with a relentless mechanical energy. He knows does not have much time left. He knows that the world is not going to be saved by a messianic philosopher king. Dion's blood on the floor of Syracuse proved that. He knows that most people are not capable of climbing out of the cave. The glare of the sun is too painful for them. So, in a supreme act of compromise, he decides to bring a little bit of the sun down into the cave in the form of rigid, unbreakable rules. He decides to design the second best state. The city he imagines in this massive work, the longest book he ever wrote, is called Magnesia. It is not a city of communism and philosopher kings. It is a city of property, of families, of religious festivals, and of police. In the Republic, he had banished lawyers. In the laws, he invents the rule of law as we know it. He writes as the Athenian stranger, a thin mask for himself, walking on the road to the cave of Zeus in Crete, discussing legislation with two old men. The setting is significant. He is walking toward a god, but he is talking about the earth. The tone is somber. Man is a puppet of the gods, he writes, pulled by the cords of his desires. In his youth, he thought men could cut the strings and be free. Now he thinks the best we can do is pull back on the golden cord of reason to keep the puppet from dancing off a cliff. This creates a text that is often shocking to those who love the romantic Plato. He regulates everything. He dictates the music you can listen to, the wine you can drink, the age at which you can marry. Men between 30 and 35, women between 16 and 20. He sets limits on wealth. No citizen can be more than 4 times richer than the poorest, to prevent jealousy and civil war. He creates a surveillance state where neighbors watch neighbors. It feels claustrophobic. But to the old man writing it, it feels like safety. He is trying to build a guardrail for humanity. He has seen how easily freedom turns into anarchy, how easily democracy turns into tyranny. He is trying to freeze the city in a block of legal ice so that it cannot rot. Historians and political scientists often find the laws dry and authoritarian, yet they also find the seeds of modern constitutionalism. Plato proposes a mixed constitution, balancing the freedom of democracy with the wisdom of monarchy, a system of checks and balances that would influence Polybius, Cicero, and eventually the American founding fathers. He invents the idea of the preamble. A law shouldn't just be a command, do not steal. It should be preceded by a persuasive explanation of why stealing is bad. He wants the law to be a teacher, not just a bully. Even in his rigidity, the educator in him is still alive. He is trying to persuade the citizens to be good, even if he has to force them to listen. There is a haunting detail in the structure of this fictional city, the Nocturnal Council. This is the group of elderly, wise guardians who meet every day before dawn, while the rest of the city sleeps, to oversee the laws and study the nature of virtue. It is easy to see the autobiography here. Plato is the Nocturnal Council. He is the old man awake in the dark, worrying about the city, while the citizens sleep the sleep of the ignorant. He is the designated driver for a civilization that loves to get drunk. The image of this council captures the loneliness of his final stance. He is no longer mingling in the agora, stinging generals with wit. He is sitting in the high tower of his intellect, keeping watch. The text of the laws also reveals a shift in his theology. In his youth, the divine was distant, the abstract forms. In his old age, the divine is cosmic. He becomes obsessed with the movement of the stars. He argues that the regular circular motion of the planets is proof that the universe is guided by a rational soul, not by random chance. Atheism, he declares, is a disease of the soul. He prescribes harsh punishments for those who deny the gods, not because he is a religious fanatic, but because he believes that if you remove the ceiling of the universe, the walls of the city will fall down. If there is no cosmic order, there can be no political order. He is trying to bolt the city to the sky. As he dictates these thousands of sentences to his scribes, the academy around him is changing. The students are younger, more specialized. They study botany, zoology, history. The Socratic days of wild, open-ended questioning are fading. The school is becoming an institution. It has rules, it has a library, it has a routine. Plato is turning his own life into magnesia. He is institutionalizing the spirit of inquiry to ensure it survives his death. He knows he will not be there to guide them much longer. He needs the system to do the work. There is a palpable sense of exhaustion in the laws, but it is the exhaustion of a builder laying the last brick. He is not happy with this second-best state. He still prefers the utopia of the Republic, but he accepts it as the necessary tragedy of the human condition. He compares legislation to cutting off the heads of the Hydra. New problems always sprout up, but you have to keep cutting. You have to keep writing. The ink flows like a river, damming up the chaos. The section closes with the sun finally dipping below the horizon. The laws of sunset are written. The scroll is full. The old man puts down the stylus. He has done his duty to the city of men. He has given them a constitution they can actually use, even if it lacks the poetry of his dreams. But as the physical light fails, and the lamps are lit in the academy, Plato's mind turns to one last frontier. There are things he has never written down, things too pure, too dangerous, or too difficult for the public eye. The unwritten doctrines. He has built a fence of laws for the many, but he has kept a secret key for the few. The public work is finished. The final silent transmission of the mystery is about to begin. The scrolls are stacked high in the library of the academy. The Republic, the symposium, the laws, millions of words that have defined the Western mind. But there is a persistent whisper that has echoed down the corridors of history, a rumor started by none other than Aristotle himself, suggesting that these famous books were merely the public advertisements. The real philosophy, the core of Plato's thought, was never written down at all. Scholars call them the agrapha dogmata, the unwritten doctrines. This section takes us into the deepest, quietest corner of the olive grove, into the lecture on the good that baffled the public, where the old master gathered his closest initiates to whisper the final secrets of the universe. Why would a man who wrote so beautifully choose silence for his most important ideas? Plato gives us a clue in his 7th letter. He writes, "There is no writing of mine about these matters, nor will there ever be, for this knowledge is not something that can be put into words like other sciences. But after long continued intercourse between teacher and pupil, in joint pursuit of the subject, suddenly, like light flashing forth when a fire is kindled, it is born in the soul and straightway nourishes itself." This is the spermatic view of education. A book is dead. It cannot answer questions. If you misunderstand a book, it cannot correct you. But a conversation is alive. Plato believed that the highest truths were too fragile to be exposed to the mockery of the ignorant or the distortion of the rigid. They had to be planted directly in a prepared soul. So, what were these secret teachings? Based on the cryptic reports of Aristotle and other disciples, they were a radical attempt to reduce everything, physics, ethics, politics, to a mathematical metaphysics. Plato seemingly argued that the entire universe is generated by the interaction of two fundamental principles. The first is the one, to hen. This is the principle of unity, limit, order, and goodness. It is the father of all things, the singular point of light. The second is the indefinite dyad, aoristos dias, also called the great and small. This is the principle of multiplicity, chaos, matter, and possibility. It is the fluid, shifting darkness that allows things to be bigger or smaller, more or less. Imagine a potter. The one is the hands that shape. The dyad is the clay that allows itself to be shaped. Or think of a light in a room. The one is the bulb. The dyad is the space that the light fills. Plato taught that reality is the tension between these two. The one imposes limit on the unlimited dyad, and from this collision, numbers are born. From numbers come the geometric forms. From forms come physical elements, fire, earth, air, water. And from elements comes the sensory world we live in. It is a theory of everything derived from pure number. It suggests that at the bottom of reality, there are no atoms, no gods, no stories, only the binary code of the cosmos, order and chaos. There is a legendary story about a public lecture Plato once gave titled On the Good. A crowd gathered, expecting to hear about happiness, wealth, or health. Instead, Plato walked out and began to lecture on geometry, astronomy, and the thesis that the good is one. The crowd was baffled. They grumbled. Many walked out. They wanted advice on life. He gave them advanced calculus. But for the inner circle, Speusippus, Xenocrates, Aristotle, this was the holy of holies. They saw what he was doing. He was showing them that goodness is not a fuzzy feeling. It is the mathematical principle of unity that holds the universe together. To be bad is simply to be fragmented, to fall back into the chaos of the dyad. To be good is to be integrated, to be one. This unwritten phase reveals a Plato who has moved far beyond the Socratic questioning of the marketplace. He is no longer asking, what is courage? He is asking, how does one become many? He is acting as a high priest of logic. There is a sense of immense intellectual daring here. He is trying to derive the existence of a table, a star, and a justice system from the interaction of two abstract principles. It is a project of breathtaking ambition, one that physicists today, searching for a grand unified theory, would recognize. The atmosphere of these final seminars must have been intensely intimate. Picture the old man, his voice quiet, drawing not in the sand but in the air, using his hands to gesture the expansion of the dyad and the contraction of the one. The students lean in. They are not taking notes, they are memorizing. They know they are the guardians of a flame that cannot be captured in ink. This oral tradition explains why the Academy survived for 900 years. It wasn't just a library, it was a lineage. You couldn't just read the books to become a Platonist. You had to be initiated. There is a shadow of elitism here, of course. Plato is saying that the ultimate truth is not for everyone. It is for the few who have the mental stamina to endure the abstraction. But there is also a profound humility. By refusing to write it down, Plato is admitting that language fails. Words are just images and shadows. The reality of the one is beyond grammar. It can only be seen by the mind's eye in a moment of sudden intuition. He respects the truth too much to trap it in a sentence. As the session ends, the students file out into the cool night air of the grove. They look at the moon. They don't just see a shining rock. They see the imposition of limit on the unlimited. They see the one holding the chaos of the night at bay. They carry the secret in their chests, a silence that binds them together more tightly than any vow. Plato remains behind, perhaps staring at the single flame of his oil lamp. He knows the lamp will burn out. He knows his body will fail. But the one is eternal. And as long as there is a mind to think it, the connection holds. The silence of the unwritten doctrines is not an empty silence. It is the hum of the engine of the world. The year is 347 BC. Athens is breathing the warm, scented air of a summer evening, and in a house near the Academy, the lamps are burning bright. There is a wedding feast in progress. We do not know whose wedding it is, perhaps a favorite student or a niece of the philosopher, but the atmosphere is thick with the affirmation of life. There is the rhythmic clapping of hands, the spill of unmixed wine, and the high, piercing melody of a Thracian flute girl. In the center of the celebration, seated on a couch, but perhaps not eating much, is an old man of 81 years. Plato is watching the dance. His beard is white as wool, his broad shoulders finely bowed by the gravity he spent a lifetime resisting. He looks at the young couple, their faces flushed with desire and hope, and he smiles. A younger Plato might have critiqued the chaos of the senses, but the old man seems to view it with a grandfatherly tenderness. He knows that this, the loving, the breeding, the feasting, is the machinery of the mortal world. It is the cave, yes, but tonight, the cave is warm. The noise is overwhelming for him. The sensory world, which he always found too loud, is shouting one last time. He signals to the host, a small gesture of his hand, indicating that he is tired. He does not want to stop the party. He just wants to rest. He rises slowly, perhaps helped by a student, and retires to a quiet room in the back of the house, away from the clamor of the atrium. He lies down on a simple bed, The sounds of the wedding drift through the wall, the laughter, the stomping of feet, the flute music. It is a perfect cinematic counterpoint. On one side of the wall is the world of becoming, generation, movement, noise, the future. On the other side is the world of being, silence, stillness, the eternal. Plato closes his eyes. He adjusts his robe. He is not afraid. He has defined philosophy as the practice of dying. He has spent 50 years rehearsing for this moment, loosening the knots that tie the soul to the heavy anchor of the body. He breathes in, smelling the faint drift of jasmine from the garden. He breathes out, and then he simply does not breathe in again. There is no struggle, no final speech, no dramatic vision of the heavens opening. The swan of Socrates simply stops singing. He slips away so quietly that no one notices. In the other room, the toast is raised, the wine is poured, and the flute girl plays a faster tune. The greatest mind in the history of the West leaves the world while the world is busy looking the other way. It is a death of supreme elegance. He does not interrupt the joy of the living. He simply subtracts himself from it. Scholars and historians have argued over the details of this exit for centuries. Cicero, the Roman orator, preferred a different version, claiming that Plato died with the pen in his hand, slumped over his desk while correcting a manuscript. It is a noble image, the soldier dying at his post. But the account preserved by Diogenes Laertius, that he died at a wedding feast, feels emotionally truer to the complexity of his life. It brings the story full circle. He began his career by burning his tragedies. He ends it amidst the comedy of a wedding. He began by banishing the flute girls in the symposium. He dies with their music in his ears, finally at peace with the imperfection of the human experience. When they find him later that night, or perhaps in the cool light of the morning, the reaction is not panic, but a hushed reverence. The news spreads through the city like a ripple in the harbor. Plato is dead. The academy falls silent. The wrestling ground next door stops its thudding. Even the political enemies, the men who hated his elitism, pause. Athens knows it has lost its center of gravity. They prepare the funeral. It is not the hasty burial of a criminal like Socrates. It is the procession of a king. They bury him in the garden of the academy, the very soil he bought with the ransom money of a friend. He is laid to rest under the olive trees he planted, his body returning to the earth he studied, his soul, presumably, ascending to the sun he worshipped. But the death of Plato is not the end of Plato. In fact, as the dirt falls on his grave, a strange alchemy begins. The man disappears, and the myth begins. Stories start to circulate almost immediately. People whisper that his father was not Ariston, but the god Apollo himself. They say that when he was an infant, bees settled on his lips, filling his mouth with honey, a portent of his sweet eloquence. These legends are the shadows the prisoners are casting on the wall, trying to explain the brilliance of the man who freed them. They cannot believe he was just a man. He must have been a demon, a messenger from the beyond. In the days following the funeral, the question of succession arises. The school must go on. The obvious choice, the brilliant Aristotle, is passed over, perhaps because he is a foreigner, perhaps because his ideas have drifted too far from the masters. Instead, the leadership goes to Speusippus, Plato's nephew. Aristotle, wounded but respectful, packs his bags. He leaves Athens, heading for Assos, and eventually to the court of Philip of Macedon to tutor a young boy named Alexander. The reader carries the seeds of the academy with him, to plant them in the mind of the man who will conquer the world. The diaspora of wisdom begins. But in the quiet room where he died, the silence lingers. The wedding guests have gone home. The garlands are withered. The philosophy he left behind is now an orphan. It is up to us to adopt it. Plato did not leave us a set of commandments. He left us a set of conversations. He left us the image of a man thinking so hard that he broke the surface of reality and found a new world underneath. As we stand by his grave in the imagination, we do not feel grief. We feel a lightness. The heavy lifting is done. The prisoner has climbed out of the cave for the last time. He doesn't have to come back down anymore. He is finally, truly home. The body of Plato returns to the dust, but the academy proves to be made of sterner stuff. It does not die with its master. Instead, it begins a long, centuries-spanning metamorphosis, transforming from a garden of friends into the intellectual lighthouse of the ancient world. We watch now as the seasons flicker by, like the pages of a book flipping in the wind. The olive trees grow gnarled and thick. The stone benches are polished smooth by generations of students. The leadership passes to Speusippus, then to Xenocrates, then to a long line of scholarchs. They are the keepers of the flame, tending the fire in the absence of the sun. But history is not kind to static things. The world outside the garden walls is changing violently. The golden age of the Greek city-states is crushed under the iron sandal of a new power rising in the west, Rome. The legions march in, efficient, brutal, and unromantic. In 86 BC, the war comes to the very doorstep of philosophy. The Roman general Sulla, a man with a face scarred by disease and a heart made of cold ambition, lays siege to Athens. He needs timber for his siege engines, catapults and battering rams to breach the city walls. He looks at the sacred grove of the academy, the trees that have stood since the days of the heroes, and he does not see wisdom. He sees wood. The order is given. The axes fall. This is a moment of profound physical horror for the intellectual historian. The sound of the sacred olives crashing to the ground, the splintering of the shade that sheltered Plato and Aristotle, feels like a sacrilege. The wood of wisdom becomes the wood of war. The physical academy is laid waste, but Sulla makes a miscalculation. He destroys the trees, but he liberates the seeds. By shattering the physical center of the school, he forces Platonism to go viral. The philosophers scatter. They travel to Rome, to Alexandria, to Rhodes. The academy ceases to be a specific address in Athens and becomes a state of mind that spans the empire. The Romans, for all their brutality, fall in love with the ghost of the man they conquered. Cicero, the great Roman orator, travels to Athens before the destruction to walk in the grove. He writes of the overwhelming emotion he feels, hearing the voices of the dead in the rustling leaves. Wherever we step, he says, we put our foot upon some history. Rome adopts Plato. They translate his Greek into Latin. They turn his republic into their res publica. The harsh, practical Roman mind tries to wear the delicate, philosophical robes of the Greek, and in doing so, the Western tradition is soldered together. But the story has one more strange twist. In the dying light of antiquity, the academy rises again in Athens. But it has changed. It is no longer asking questions. It is chanting answers. This is the era of Neoplatonism. Figures like Plotinus and Proclus take Plato's dry, mathematical one and turn it into a mystical god. The philosophy becomes a religion. They sit in the rebuilt houses, performing secret rituals, trying to levitate their souls to the divine. It is a twilight spirituality, intense and beautiful, glowing against the gathering dark of the Middle Ages. But the new religion of Christianity is rising, and it has no patience for the old gods of the grove. The final curtain falls in 529 AD. The Christian Emperor Justinian, ruling from distant Constantinople, signs a decree forbidding the teaching of pagan philosophy. It is the official death certificate of the ancient world. The 7 philosophers, the last Scholach Damasius, and 6 colleagues, back their scrolls. They do not fight. They do not drink hemlock. They simply lock the doors. They leave Athens, heading east to the court of the Persian king, refugees of the mind, carrying the last embers of the fire Prometheus stole. The lights in the olive grove go out. Athens becomes a backwater village. The silence returns. But was it the end? No. The text of Plato acts like a message in a bottle cast into the ocean of time. While Europe sleeps in the Dark Ages, the bottle floats south and east. It washes up in the libraries of Baghdad and Cairo. The Arab scholars, Al-Kindi, Al-Farabi, pick it up. They are dazzled. They translate Aflatun, Plato, into Arabic. They build their own synthesis of faith and reason. Then, centuries later, the bottle floats back to Italy. The Medici bankers in Florence open it, and the Renaissance explodes. The Academy was never destroyed. It just went underground. It traveled through the veins of monks, mystics, and mathematicians, waiting for the light to return. The trees Sulla cut down grew back in the minds of Botticelli, Michelangelo, and Galileo. The endurance of the Academy is the ultimate proof of Plato's theory. The physical school, becoming, can be destroyed by axes and edicts. But the idea of the school, being, is indestructible. It hangs in the ether, waiting for anyone brave enough to ask the first question. The moon that rises over your roof tonight is the same moon that shone on the white marble of the Parthenon. It is the same silver disk that lit the path for the prisoner escaping the cave, and the same pale eye that watched the wedding feast where the old master closed his eyes. We have traveled a long way together, drifting through 24 centuries, but as we arrive back in the present moment, we realize that we haven't really traveled at all. We are still sitting in Plato's long shadow. You might be listening to this in a high-rise apartment in Tokyo, a suburban bedroom in America, or a quiet village in the hills. But the mental architecture you inhabit was designed by the man from the olive grove. Every time you ask if a politician is telling the truth, you are channeling his distrust of rhetoric. Every time you feel that the world is unfair, you are appealing to his invisible form of justice. Every time you fall in love and feel that the person is your other half, you are reciting the myth from his symposium. The British philosopher Alfred North Whitehead once famously said, "The safest general characterization of the European philosophical tradition is that it consists of a series of footnotes to Plato." It is a staggering claim, but it is true. He set the curriculum for the human mind. He was the first to ask the questions that still keep us awake at night. What is real? What is good? How should we live? He didn't just teach us what to think. He taught us how to think. Consider the screens we stare at all day. We live in a world of digital shadows, a cave more complex and addictive than anything Plato could have imagined. We watch pixels on glass and mistake them for friends, for news, for reality. We scroll through images of perfect lives, perfect bodies, perfect vacations, feeling the ache of inadequacy, because we are comparing our messy physical lives to curated artificial forms. Plato would look at our smartphones and nod with a sad recognition. You see, he would whisper, you have built new chains. You are obsessed with the image, not the substance. The movie The Matrix is perhaps the most popular retelling of his allegory of the cave in modern history. A story about a man waking up to realize his reality is a simulation. That we still tell this story again and again proves that the fear Plato planted in us has never gone away. We still suspect, deep down, that the surface of the world is a lie. But his legacy is not just one of doubt, it is one of profound hope. Plato gave us the tools to criticize the world, but he also gave us the mandate to improve it. He was the grandfather of the idea that reality is not random, but rational. When a scientist looks for the mathematical laws of physics, the invisible equations that govern the chaotic motion of atoms, she is a Platonist. She believes, just as he did, that there is a deep, hidden order behind the confusion of appearances. When a revolutionary fights for human rights, appealing to a higher law that transcends the laws of the state, he is a Platonist. He believes that justice is real and absolute, not just whatever the king says it is. Plato's ghost stands behind every attempt to find the eternal in the temporary. If you go to Athens today, you can visit the site of the Academy. It is not a grand museum. It is a public park in a dusty neighborhood, filled with dog walkers and teenagers graffitiing the stones. The gymnasium is a ruin. The olive trees are replanted. It looks, to the casual eye, like nothing, just dirt and rocks. But if you stand there and close your eyes, you can perform the final Platonic exercise. You can look past the litter and the traffic noise. You can use the eye of the mind to see the invisible cathedral that still stands on that spot. You can hear the laughter of the students, the scratching of the stylus, the voice of the man who tried to save the world by thinking about it. The physical academy is gone, crumbled by time and Sulla's axes. But the true academy, the form of the academy, is indestructible. It exists wherever two people sit down to ask, what is the truth? We have reached the end of the scroll. The bedtime history of the philosopher who distrusted reality is complete. But the question he left us remains open. It hangs in the air of your room, quiet and persistent. What if the world you trust most is the one misleading you? It is a scary question, but maybe, just maybe, it is the only question that can set you free. Plato did not promise us happiness. He promised us waking up. And perhaps, as you drift off to sleep tonight, that is the greatest comfort of all. You can close your eyes knowing that the darkness is not the end. It is just the space where the true light begins to shine. The shadows are fading now. The arguments are over. The wrestling match of the mind is finished. The broad-shouldered man has put down his lyre. He turns to you one last time, his face no longer stern, but softened by the moonlight of eternity. He places a finger to his lips, urging silence. He knows that words have done all they can do. The rest is up to the soul. The camera of history pulls back now, rising up through the roof, up through the clouds, leaving the little blue planet spinning in the vast geometric silence of the cosmos. We leave Aristocles, the boy who wrestled, Plato, the man who wrote, and the philosopher, the ghost who still haunts our dreams. We leave them all in the care of the great mystery they spent their lives trying to name. The dialogue is done. The silence has the final word. And now, let the scroll roll itself up. Let the ink dry and the papyrus fade into the soft, warm darkness of your own mind. The heavy questions of the day, the justice, the politics, the forms, are lifting off your shoulders like a weight being removed. They are floating away, lighter than air, dissolving into the night. You do not need to solve the universe tonight. You do not need to climb the ladder or leave the cave. You're safe here. The olive grove is quiet. The wind has stopped. The only sound is the slow, steady rhythm of your own breathing, rising and falling like the gentle tides of the Aegean Sea. The philosopher has gone to rest, and now so must you. Let the world of shadows wait until tomorrow. Sink down into the softness of the present moment, deeper and deeper, into the place where there are no questions, only peace. The fire is out. The stars are watching. You are part of the great, calm order of things. Drift, float, sleep. Sweet dreams.